This broadcast will not be recorded on StreamYard. To record, you'll need to upgrade your plan. So I'm hitting OK, and it's not doing anything. Now, finally, right now I'm getting buffering. It's buffering. But now even the buffering is like stalled. There will come a day when I actually have the equipment to do what I want to do. Hello, MGTOW. Hello, men. This is Howard Dare. Thanks for stopping by. Not sure if I'm actually live right now, to be honest with you. Not sure if I was live 30 or 40 seconds ago, to be honest with you, because I do want to be honest with you, right? Now, according to, I mean, it just doesn't look like it's working. That's all I'm saying. I've got a lot of things I want to talk about, but it doesn't look like it's letting me talk at all. However, we will be patient. Okay, now we're going live 1 minute in, and I think my audio might actually be, going through. I think this might actually be working, right? The first minute was like, no, it's not working. It's not working. So as it is, I have a lot of things that I want to talk to you guys about. And I appreciate you stopping by. Merry Christmas, incidentally. Although, I don't know. I mean, I could have titled this, your thoughts or some thoughts on Christmas. I could have titled it that. And I was thinking about doing that too. Right? I was thinking about a whole bunch of religious themes. I was thinking about God, man, and MGTOW. How do you like that? Right? That's got some serious implications to it. And the title that I was really going to use, and what I think I'm going to be talking about, is Are You a Good Man? And let's put good in quotes, right? I'm doing the air quotes right now, but I'm not brave enough to be on camera here. Merry Christmas, D-Man. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry I haven't been here a little bit more, but, I'm hanging out here on Christmas Day, and I'm thinking, do I want to call my family? And I'm thinking, oh, hell no. No, I don't want to go down that road at all. But I'm thinking, I want to hang out with my, people. So I'm like, okay, well, boom, you're going online. That's all there is to it. And, of course, my internal dialogue was, but hey, Howard, you got nothing to talk about because, you're an empty-headed idiot, right? So this is what I'm saying to myself. And then I'm saying to myself, first off, I'm saying, no, that's not true. I've got a lot to say. But then on the other side of that, right, because I don't believe that shit at all. On the other side of that, I'm saying, no, I just want to hang out with my MGTOW brothers. That's all, right? So it's like, oh, okay. So then just talk about anything. I don't care what you talk about. So it's like, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Warlike Bathory. What are your favorite bands, Howard? That's a great fucking question. I appreciate that. Pin me, says the poster. Yes, we'll get there. Well, I'm classic rock, because I'm an older MGTOW. I'm OG MGTOW. And I was going to put Supreme OG, but, I just held back a little there. Classic rock, So I'm talking Zeppelin. I'm talking Hendrix. I'm talking Zeppelin. I'm talking Deep Purple. Now, my tastes moved forward. I liked Black Sabbath. I was a huge fan of Black Sabbath for a long time. As I moved forward, well, no, let's stay back in the past for a while, because I liked many of the classic rock bands. I liked Eric Clapton, Derek and the Dominoes. Damn, I even liked Buffalo Springfield. I even liked Crosby, Stills, and Nash. You know who I liked? Who I always liked? Alice Cooper. And he's right here in this area with me, right? We are together. So yeah, a lot of them. Okay, this has been, he really wants it, so shitty What is this, shitty poster? Am I pronouncing that right? Okay. Pin me. Well, at least we're putting you on the screen, bro. My equipment here is working really slow. It always does. Can you guys hear me okay? Is my audio okay? I really like Def Leppard too, but I like Scorpions. I mean, I actually can play a lot of Scorpions and UFO songs. And yeah, Def Leppard came out, and I liked them. I still do. And, their drummer, Rick Allen, had the accident and lost his arm, which you would think would be the end of a drummer. But no, his bandmates stood by him and gave him a little bit of time. And damn, I mean, is he the best one-armed drummer in rock? No doubt, right? I couldn't tell the difference. I'm sorry. I'm sure a real drummer, could have listened and said, yeah, well, there's certain things he can't do now. But yeah, and he seems to be a real good guy. I've seen some, well, yeah, there's a question. Okay. This is the question I'm asking today. Are you a good guy? Firefighter Gypsy, right? Got to appreciate that. It says, Howard, you need to set up super chat so you can get donations in your live events. I appreciate that. But super chats, you got to be monetized to do that. And although I could do that, I don't think that YouTube would actually approve me personally, with the content that I create. And I don't think I would be comfortable, and this is really not true. Yeah, it's not for them to put ads on. Do you know what I mean? I don't, if I've got to have that hanging over my head, then I'm going to change what it is I say. And that's bullshit. So I don't need any of that. And super chats, they fucking take 30%, So if somebody, super chats you $10, YouTube is taking $3 of those dollars, right? Now, what if somebody's super chatting you, $1,000? Where the hell does YouTube get the right to have $300 of that? They get to have their cost cut anyway. Yeah, so no, I'm not into it. Oh wow, I was supposed to put that on the screen, but I was doing the Christmas thing with shitty poster, right? It's probably Shiite, and it's probably really religious, right? And I really messed it up. Buckaroo Banzai is here. This has always been one of my favorite all-time movies. It really has. Part of who I am is modeled on Buckaroo Banzai. Man, I'm trying to post it up on the screen, but it's just going so slow. Anyway, Buckaroo Banzai says, thanks for being around, Mr. Dare. I like classic rock as well. I like classical instrumental music, also like Mozart and Bach. I'm not so into country or rap. Yeah, I'm not into country or rap either. Although there were some early soft rock, Crosby, Stills and Nash stuff, some folksy Bob Dylan stuff. I can listen to that, no problem. But no, not into country music. And I don't consider rap to be music. I mean, it's really not. I hope I'm not saying anything controversial there, but it's not. It's just, the rhythm and the beat and then some rhyming. And, if people get good at it, they get famous at it and, they can rap. But that doesn't mean that they can sing. But anyway, so, yeah, I'm into classical music as well. I can well, of course, I like Beethoven. Of course, I like Mozart. I've used so many, yeah, Fur Elise. I've used that as the soundtrack to so many of my MGTOW videos. It's, some people want to kill me. I've also used one of the very popular Mozart ones. Yeah, classical music is great. It is, the basis of what music is. I also currently like the Michael Schenker group, okay? Schenker is the guitarist from UFO and from early Scorpions. He is the brother of Rudolf Schenker, and he can play a little bit. I'll just leave it at that. Okay. Moving on. We got Bob Bemesas. you guys are, sometimes I think people are making up their names so that they're just like, what the hell am I saying? And then you say it and it's like, oh shit, you know? It's like, here's the old joke. Can you speak Chinese? Okay, repeat after me. No, not doing it. Anyway, how long is a Chinaman? There's one. I'll just put that one out there. Mr. Poster says, careful with the audio, hearing light cracking. Yeah, my thing is going all slow and stuff. Who are your favorite MGTOW creators? Well, let's do past and let's do present, okay? Or my present, right? Of course, my past would be Barbarossa and Spesnez. And yeah, the early Sandman, absolutely, right? And TFM, you know, they were all around here then. But yeah, okay, I'll leave that at that. I liked MGTOW 101 quite a lot too. You know, he was cool. He came onto the, here, I'll tell you, okay? So I had come onto the MGTOW scene a little while after Sandman and TFM, okay? But my stuff wasn't very good. I mean, it was okay. Right? It got better, but it was very derivative, shall we say? And I'm plugging away trying to catch up to Sandman and TFM, but I can't, right? Because I'm just not that good, and I'm just not that original, and it just really doesn't work quite that way. You can do things that kind of like might get you past it and over it, but I wasn't about doing that. And then MGTOW 101 comes onto the scene. And this is probably like late 2016, 2017, right? And he's good. MGTOW 101 is good, man. People, you know, he's got a great personality. I'm sure he still does. I wish him well. He was good. He was growing really fast. And, you know, these are the people that I was involved with. Now, I had some spats with both Sandman and TFM, right? But it was pretty much my fault for being a bit of an asshole. But they're cool and they're good. You know, their content. I was good friends with Chris Camp too, as well. You know, and I'll tell you what I like about Chris. He's an honest man doing honest work, trying to do a decent thing. And that garners my support. Hold on one sec, guys. Okay, we're back. I once did a video called The Friedrich Nietzsche Show, where I was doing voice animation of a Friedrich Nietzsche image. And for some reason, I had decided that the Friedrich Nietzsche show, that Friedrich Nietzsche got a real thrill out of saying, okay, we're back to the Friedrich Nietzsche show, because he just loved announcing it so much, and he was so thrilled to have his own show, right? And he was, you know, he was there to fucking share and to put it out there, right? Yeah. And I've been listening to a lot of Nietzsche lately. Yeah, Hammerhand is good. Hammerhand really is good. I tried to not like Hammerhand at first, right? because he's pretty tough, right? He's tough. He's in your face. He doesn't pull any punches, right? But then I started listening to him, and I realized, no, man, this man knows what the fuck he's talking about. You know what I mean? He's giving it to us straight, as straight as he has it, and you got to respect that. Yeah, and that's what I respected about Chris Cantu. What a great name too, Cantu. One sec. Okay, we're back. So, I was putting the question out there, are you a good man? And of course, the question is, good to who? By whose definition of good? But it goes even deeper than that. What if a man's definition of what good, quote unquote, represents is not his own at all? What if he is not the one who made that decision? What if that decision was made for him? Okay? He was told what it was to be a good man. And if he didn't go along with what they told him was a good man, they would punish him, they would shame him, they would belittle him, they would ostracize him, they would attack him, they would destroy his life, they would destroy his reputation if he didn't do what they said was good, regardless of whether this was actually good for him or not. So, Iridium Kush, thank you for stopping by, bro. Merry Christmas to you, too. And I was going to title this Christmas with My MGTOW Brothers. But, I've got this thing against commercialism. I really don't have a thing against commercialism, okay? Not in the way you think. I mean, it's a great thing. It really is, and I appreciate it. And it allows us to have a whole lot of, reasonably priced, decent goods. And yeah, it's a great life, modern convenience. So I don't hate commercialism. But people become lost in it. They give up their identity to it. You like that? I'm kind of doing a William Shatner thing. And they identify so strongly with the marketing campaign, with the movie campaign, with the books, with the political ideology, that they actually develop a kind of religious sentiment and, emotional attachment to Nike, to the Lakers. Now, I like Nike. I like the Lakers. Okay, but I'm not getting in a fight with anybody over it. So I've got, and this is just surface stuff, man. I'm just touching on it. Oh, MGTOW values. Hey, everybody, Barney brought a dildo. Maybe he got it for Christmas. I don't know. But he says MGTOW values is taking a break. Yeah, MGTOW values is a good friend of mine too. Close MGTOW wise, right? Like, I'll go on his stream anytime. He can come on my stream anytime. I'm not set up very well to give, to bring people on. So that's unfortunate. MGTOW Smurf, always a pleasure, sir. Always great to have you stop by. I don't know who has a wrench or who doesn't, but, I would certainly want you to have one. Yes, MGTOW Smurf is a great personality behind the scenes in many ways. I don't know. Well, I can star the comment. I can't do moderators from here, from this little handheld device. Which reminds me, if any of you are like in really good shape, you should donate to the Howard Dare channel. You should click on my CashApp donation link. It's the only thing I've got working now, and help out Howard, help out me. That's a weird thing to say. And help me out so that I can, continue to create more content and improve and get by in life, because my situation right now it's horrible. Like I I won't tell you about it. It's so bad. Is the whole thing. I'm okay. I'm okay. Right. But my situation, I can't work. And yeah, I'm locked down. It's not good. But I'm not here to complain. I'm here to talk about what is a good man. Because what if everything about being a good man is making you weak? Now, I don't mean you should go crazy and go out and do, harmful things. That's not what I mean at all. Here, what is a good man, right? Go ahead and put any ideas you might have in the comments section. And, shall we say that a good man never hurts anybody? Shall that be a truism for what is a good man? I mean, just think about it to yourself. Are you a good man? What is a good man? Well, is it a good man doesn't hurt anybody, right? Right? That's what you've been told. You never lie, right? You always tell the truth, right? You're not selfish, are you? You'll always sacrifice for the greater good. I mean, these are just some of the basics about what a good man is. So let's go one at a time. You should never hurt anybody. But what if they're trying to hurt you? Should you hurt them then? I think you should. So we can throw that thing out. Seriously, there are times when you should hurt someone to stop them from hurting somebody else or yourself more, right? Of course, you've got a wild animal. You don't want to hurt the animal, but you can't let that wild animal hurt anybody. So you've now got to hurt that wild animal. So to say that a good man never hurts anybody is bullshit. Interesting. How about always tells the truth? A good man always tells the truth. A good person always tells the truth. Right? So why don't you guys just go ahead and tell me, what's in all of your bank accounts and just go ahead and print it out there in public. No, don't do that. Okay, guys, don't do that. Okay? Anybody got any, medical insurance issues that they want to put out here in public? Because I'm sure that, an insurance company wouldn't fucking hear about that and then act on it. They would. They absolutely would. You ever play chess? Of course you have. Some of you have. It's a great game. Traps within traps within traps. Deceptions within deceptions within deceptions. Lies within lies within lies. And if you can't count through the levels of the lies, then you're going to lose that game. Sorry. So, good man should never lie. Well, that's not true. That's not true. What if all of these ideas are made to make you go along with a morality that not only doesn't serve you, but by virtue of the fact that it is unquestioned, quite literally enslaves you? Do you want to die on the cross of a good man? Because that's what society will have you do. Not only society, my friends, my MGTOW brothers, your own mind will do this to you. So you're a man, right? Of course you are. We're all men. Oh, wait a minute though. What are your favorite Scorpion albums? Very good. Now, this will illustrate the point I was making. My favorite Scorpion albums are Virgin Killer, In Trance, and, I want to say Flight of the Rainbow, but I can't. There's a couple songs on there that I really like, but most of, Lonesome Crow. There's a couple of songs on there I really like. This is like their first album. But not my favorite album. Side of the Rainbow, a couple songs really like. Not my favorite album. Virgin Killer, In Trance, the whole album. You know what I mean? It's all good. So, older stuff is what it comes down to. Of course, I love, I love Tokyo Tapes Live. That was the last time they had Yuli playing with him, Ulrich Roth playing with him. Yeah, what an amazing guitarist he really is. Yeah, so those are a couple of my favorite Scorpion albums. Will you get any guests on, like Monk Music? I don't know. I'm on my tablet here. It's pretty hard for me to even get comments flashing up on the screen, Maybe. Let's keep going through some comments. Doing the Howard Dare thing. The Howard Dare thing is not easy, ladies and gentlemen. Please click on the Cash App donation link to help me continue doing what I'm doing. I'm actually talking about slave morality, herd mentality. Okay, I'm saying to you that the best qualities of what a man is: strength, self-determination, anger when it's appropriate, rage, violence when it's appropriate, jealousy, envy, ambition. A fundamental desire for the means to enact your ends. If you want the end, right, if there's something, some outcome that you want, well, guess what? You're going to want those things to get it done. But aren't these evil and selfish? I'm talking about ambition here. I'm talking about, beating your competitors here. What a terrible quality, right? But it's not. It's the very quality that you as a man, that you as a competitor need to be successful in life. Why has the morality system, it's a penal system, to be honest with you, why is it punishing you for the very qualities that you need to be successful? Why is the world around you attacking you for the very qualities that you need to be a strong and capable man? And I'm not talking about somebody breaking the law, but what's going on when our giant corporations don't pay taxes? Technically, they're not breaking the law, are they? But they are getting around it, aren't they? And they're not criminals. Actually, they are, but that's not what I'm talking about right here. So why can't you, as an individual man, employ these tactics? Why have you been shamed out of even thinking of these tactics? I also wanted to title my little talk here, Man, God, and MGTOW. Because it's a bad deal, man. It's like all of the stuff that I want, all of the stuff that I, a man, feel, it's unworthy. It's evil. It needs to be corrected. This is what I'm told. So my ambition, my feelings, my passions, the things that I believe in and feel strongly about, not that I'll hurt anybody, but that I believe in. Oh, no. I can't be that kind of a person. I have to go along with the group. I have to not make waves. Yeah, I have to spend a whole lifetime of going along with the group, not making waves, not upsetting anybody, and, not asserting myself, because that would be kind of toxic masculinity, right? Check my privilege for asserting myself in my life. And then my, however much allotted time I have, will expire, and I will have been a good man according to standards that were designed to punish me, because I could never measure up, could I? I could never measure up to these very lofty ideals that for some reason I have them, and you do too. For some reason, you've got this crazy idea of honesty, honor, and virtue, and strength, and vision, and prosperity. You've got all these great ideas, noble, worthy, almost godlike. And I'm not talking about some imaginary utopia. I'm talking about people making their way in the world and building their way in the world and having the opportunity to find out who they are and what they care about. Sounds like heaven. It really does. Damn good thing they taught me to think like that, huh? Yeah. They forced me. They punished me because I was just some selfish, evil little monster who wanted cookies and ice cream. And I would push other kids down to get what I wanted. I was terrible. I would lie. Oh, hell yeah. If I wanted those cookies, I would take those cookies. And they would say, what happened to those cookies? And I would say, I don't know what happened to those cookies. I apologize, right? I got to drink. My equipment is what my equipment is. Yeah, what a terrible man I am. Oh, have you guys thought about how long is a Chinaman? Anybody want to say anything about that? Right? I'm putting it out there. I'm saying it. How long is a Chinaman? And if you've got anything to say about that, go ahead. Please put it in the chat section there for me. No, I'm just hanging out. I just wanted to be here with MGTOW. You guys have supported me through thick and thin. And, there's no place I'd rather be than with you guys. So I like to think I'm a good man, right? Man, I would sure be. I mean, I've been trying my whole life to be a good man. I mean, I better not be a bad man. I better not be an evil man. So am I allowed to be ambitious? What if somebody's, like poking the wheels on my construction truck? Can I hurt them? Can I stop them? Can I damage the wheels on their truck? Can I stop them? Can I physically stop them? I don't want to hurt nobody. What if they want to burn down my place? Yeah. What if they want to burn down my place and they've got weapons and they want me to pour the gasoline on it and light it? Because, I'm a good man and I don't want to hurt nobody. And they've got guns. They've got force. Well, I guess that's just the price you got to pay to be a good man. How about if I'm married and I've got a family and kids and I'm a good man, but I got a friend, or I think I got a friend, and he's not a good man. and so he lies to my wife. His name is Iago, okay? And he lies to my wife about me. He's trying to sleep with her, get together with her. And then he lies to me about her. Like maybe if he can't get together with her, he lies to me about her. And then I shun her and cast her out. Heck, I might even lose my temper and kill her, And my real name is King Lear. Is that my name? No, that's not my name. That's not my name. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'm sorry, everybody. My real name is Othello. Thank you. I'm sorry. Right, that's the hardest one for me to get. I would have gotten any of the others. So Hamlet is the tragedy of a young man who cannot make up his mind. Right? Macbeth is the tragedy of a mature man who allows his ambition to destroy him. And a woman. Othello is a fully mature man. He is a king who allows jealousy to destroy him and his kingdom. And King Lear is an old man who allows his compassion and goodness to destroy him and his kingdom and his family. Yeah, King Lear was a good man, right? He split up his kingdom. He was, moving on. He could no longer be king, right? So he splits up his kingdom between his, 3 daughters. And one of his daughters, what's her name? I forget. Something with a C, Cordelia maybe, tells him, this is a bad idea, man. This is a bullshit idea. You didn't get to be king by splitting up your kingdom. Each one of these groups is going to be at each other's throats in no time at all. Anyway, no, I'm thinking about the Japanese reenactment of it. What is the Japanese? There's a Japanese reenactment directed by Kurosawa of King Lear. But I forget the name. Yeah, right? Just hinting at the stuff, right? Sorry. Yeah, okay. Already brought it on. I'm going to get that one off the screen. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Big John from MGTOW's Freedom was the best in 2010's Battlefield. Yeah, it was a little later than that, but he was great. As a matter of fact, the avatar that I have, which is, of course, Billy Butcher from the series The Boys, which is, of course, the actor Carl Urban, has a bit of a MGTOW's Freedom look. He sure does. And that was probably no accident on my part, But for me, it's just, this is how I feel, okay? That's all that's going on here right now. It's like, pick something. Okay, this is how I feel. Angry at the system. Perfect. Boom. It works. 90, you like the way I said that? 90% of all communication is nonverbal, right? And that's why I like to do audio streams without video. Yeah. I'm sorry, people. I just couldn't resist it. Ronin, spelled R-O-N, says, when building trucks, I have classical music playing. Yeah, for the structure, keeps the mind organized. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. You can really, feel the structure in it as well. Yeah, that's why I usually use it also. I don't like to be distracted. Music has a very strange element to it, people can become lost in music, distracted in music. I'm talking about violent rap is what I'm talking about mostly. I was, I'm homeless, right? So, but I do hang out and get to live at some of these programs, sober living programs, things like that. And we were driving back and forth to our meeting area where we were doing group therapy. And the music playing in the van with like 10 people in there was just the most violent, vicious, drug-filled rap that you could possibly imagine, And, you've got 8 people, in the van singing along, dancing to it, turning it up. You've got me in the back reading a book, maybe one other person on their phone or something. I don't know. But, yeah, it's got this negative effect on the whole mind and stuff. This is like a drug-free situation, or supposed to be. Yeah, I don't know. What's this? What's this? Just had a delicious MGTOW meal, steak with mashed potatoes and asparagus. No woman involved. Yeah, that does sound good, doesn't it? Yeah. Look, the best chefs in the world are men, okay? Moms Sometimes they can cook, but not all the time. Modern women rarely can cook. I've, in this situation that I'm in, a lot of the houses that there's not many, but some of them are co-ed. Okay, and some of the younger women that come into these houses, no, they can't even cook an egg. You know what I mean? They can't clean a pot or a pan, and they can't cook. And yeah, it's bad. You know, you like that deep insight there? It's bad. Yeah, this is the level of insight that you get at the Howard Dare channel. No, I'm sorry. I can do a little better than that. So morality itself, the good man, that was a trap for you to deny your passion, for you to not hook into your ambition, for you to not give rein to your strength, to your male sovereign spirit. You know what's right. You know when you should fight. You know when you should tell the truth. You know when you should lie. You know when you should hide things. It's not appropriate to be this spittle, doltish, meandering piece of likable good man that they've saddled you with, that they've saddled me with, right? Somebody cheats me, okay? I lose my last $5 that I need to live. And I say, turn the other cheek. And I go hungry. And you go hungry. And I lose the job because my competitor was willing to lie. And I wasn't. Oh, how about Lance Armstrong? What a cheater he was, huh? Yeah, what, like 6 Tour de France's? Puh, nothing but a cheater. He wasn't a cheater. They were all on steroids. He won the Tour de France like 6 times with cancer. And they shamed him and they belittled him. And they held up as a champion somebody who is a good man. And I'm saying that the definition of what a good, quote unquote, man is not what a good man is. You will not have a good life as a good man. You will have a weak life, but you'll suffer in silence. You'll because that's good. You'll be what is the right word here? Penitent? You'll be meek. You'll be mild. You'll be humble. You'll just suffer. You'll just go through your whole life. I mean me, right? I don't mean you. I'm not talking about anybody, you out there. I'm talking about man, and I'm talking about myself. I really am. I really am talking about myself. I've saddled myself with this psychological bullshit that I never came to the conclusion of. If somebody cheats me or is trying to steal from me, it's right to sock them in the face. Now that might get me put in jail. So it's right for me to lie and steal, okay? And to trick them into taking a swing at me and then socking them in the face. Because, and the way to do that, is to bait them in with, being a good guy. Until not a good guy. But what if it's not a fake anymore? What if it's not a fake? What if, the last step when you're supposed to turn? No, you just don't. Not because you chose not to, not because you chose to, look the other way, because you're too weak. And again, I don't mean you. I mean me. Okay, so maybe that'll allow me to fit the definition of a good man, right? But I will not have had a good life. And I will not have felt good while doing it. And I will not have had a healthy, productive life. And I will not have been strong. And I will not have had anything to contribute because I couldn't make any waves. Just wanting to get by. Just part of the herd. Just part of the group. How's that corporate job working out for you as just part of the herd? and just part of the group. How's your job security going there? Because we can replace you with a million other people in the snap of a finger, in the millionth of a second. I can put you into it. I can put the requirements into a database, and I can pull up 1,000 qualified people. And they'll all be good, and they'll all play along, and none of them will make waves. Excuse me. And they'll all be perfect for middle management and menial kind of tasks until they get sick, or until something goes wrong, or there's a problem, or somebody doesn't like them, or they do something. And then we'll just replace you with thousands of others that we can call up in a millisecond. That's good, right? Don't cause, be cool. Just go find another job. Of course, having lost the job that you just lost, not you, having lost, a man gets fired from a job, it's not so easy to just go get another job. Or he has to leave from a job because they're, abusing the shit out of him and trying to make him be, such a good man that it's killing him. No, he feels bad. It's hard to go get that, that next corporate job, that next company job. And he might have, the previous job on his record and things like that. And, they had to punish him. They had to shame him. It's a penal system. It's a punishment system, right? This is how people learn. We punish them. That's good. It's not good. That's not how people learn. But that's what we do, and we call it good. And we reward the people who do as they're told and go along and don't cause trouble. Because that's good. I mean, that's really good, especially if you're in charge. Are you in charge? Did you design this? This is, this whole system thing going on here? Because I don't know how to fucking work it. I mean, Andrew Tate is doing well. Good for him. No problems. Arrogant, but, guy flies around in private jets. He's got women all over him. He's got money everywhere. Okay, fine. Go ahead. Be a little arrogant. I guess I might too. Yeah, well, it's that kind of bullshit that knocks me off on a tangent where I lose my train of thought. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. MGTOW's freedom was the best. Yeah, he had that time where, he was going onto CNN and stuff like that. Yeah. And of course we all told, plenty of people told him it's a setup, that there's no good way coming out of this. No, but he did really well. But yeah, mainstream media, it's controlled opposition. It's a setup. You're bringing in somebody into a setting that is not really appropriate and they're uncomfortable in. It's like a grandmaster challenging you to a game of chess, and you don't know how to play, right? It's like a champion boxer saying, "Hey, come on, climb on in the ring. Let's see what you got." When you haven't had a single fight. Now, it's interesting, excuse me, because every man will tell you he can fight, and he can, right? Everyone will tell you they can sing, and they can, right? Sorry. But of course, not everybody can fight against the heavyweight champ. That's a different level of fighting, isn't it? Of course it is. Could a strong, tough man get in with the heavyweight champ and hold his own for a little while? Yeah. Could he possibly win? Yeah. He could. It's possible. But 9 times out of 10, of course not. The more angry he gets, the more upset he gets, the more he's going to get picked apart. And it certainly doesn't stop people from singing along, does it? you know, with songs. Yeah, got to instill some more humility and humbleness into people so they don't sing out, right? Why does the caged bird sing? Or even better, why does the caged bird not sing? And why don't men make the most of their lives? Why are they content why am I content to just get by and not cause waves, and not stick my head up? Well, I got to be humble here. Yeah, that's the microphone moving around. It's attached on this stupid little headset of mine. Cost $1. I hope the audio is okay. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, MGTOW's freedom is very cool. Honest message, right into the camera. Hammerhand's got a lot of that going on too, you know? Absolutely. Morality itself has been designed to punish you for having any ambition of actually fulfilling your potential. If you exhibit your true natural qualities, you will be shamed and shut down. And if you don't stop, you'll be kicked out of the group and you'll be punished so that you can learn. And that will make you a better man. A lifetime of never being able to achieve the potential of your vision because you're just a man. Be humble. You didn't love, compassion, destiny, honor, strength. These are just godlike ideas for men. We didn't come up with those. Those aren't ours. We didn't invent those. No, you borrowed and stole those from history. You would have never come up with the idea of honor and strength and integrity and virtue on your own. You would have just been an animal that just ate garbage and always wanted to have sex. That's all men are, right? Those other things, those are from heaven. Those are godlike. Those are divine. You'll never, you aspire to it, right? But you never reach it. You can never reach it. You'll always come up short. You'll always be a little selfish. You'll always be self-interested. You'll always get your feelings hurt. Your ego will always just kind of take a little sliver there and maybe say, this is not right. That's not fair. Those people that are above me, they're evil. They're cheating. I'm a good man. I'm doing the right thing. And those other people, no. They're terrible. They're like Nazis. They're all like Nazis. Anybody who doesn't agree with me they're all like Nazis. I'm joking, right? I'm not serious, but you know that is the sentiment that we are dealing with. One sec, please. Here, I'm going to cover up the mic. All right. What else is going on in the chat section here? Light Remix is here. Thanks for stopping by, bro. Yeah, that's me scraping my little microphone on the... oh, fuck, I'm not going down that road. Here, let's do this a little better. My cat, Alex Chung, thanks for stopping by, bro. He says, my cat tried to bite me when we first got her. I scared her, and she never tried to bite me ever again. Yeah, people get scared. That's what cats do. There's a great video of a house cat hanging out, and a big cat, like not as big as a puma, bigger than a bobcat, though, bigger than a bobcat. The person just had a wild cat in their house, comes over to the domestic house cat, and the domestic house cat is like scared, it's like, and just, takes a swipe at him. But the big cat doesn't do anything. Just is like chill, just puts his paw on, and then just kind of like says good morning, and then walks on. Uh, so yeah, the cats will do that. I guess women will do that too, right? The moral system around us has been designed to punish us and to control us and to keep us meek and mild and humble and going along with the system. And it was designed with that in mind. The priests designed it with that in mind. Gee, I wonder how we could get, I mean, if we were trying to do that right now, just us MGTOW right here, how the hell could we do something like that? Wow, that's a big one, right? Damn. One thing we could do that would probably work if we set up everything else after it, right? We could tell people that this life of theirs, it doesn't matter, and that there's another life coming later, and that everything they're doing here is for some other greater sacrifice. And if they don't buy into that, we can just kind of like say it's the future, and like future generations, and like for the good of all. We can just throw out some platitudes, right? And we can convince these individual people who have their individual lives and their individual passions and interests and ambitions and loves and likes and hates. We could convince them that that's just a bunch of selfish bullshit. We could convince them that the important thing is to give it all up. As a matter of fact, we could convince them, get this, okay, this is great, that everything that they want that fulfills their desire, their ego, their ambition, that it's evil, that it's selfish, that it's toxic, that it's destructive, and that only by going along and never causing any trouble or never sticking their head up and never defining themselves in life at all with anything. Like they can have their favorite music and they can have their favorite, soda. They can have their favorite consumer products. But they're not individuals anymore, are they? No, not at all. No, they're just some mass. They're just some large group. We could sell them cheap food that we make taste really, really good. And it could destroy their health. And then we could sell them the medicine, not to cure it, because there's no money there, to treat the symptoms of the other shit we're selling them. And anytime they try to stand up for themselves or try to accept themselves in their own life, we'll shame the shit out of them. We'll knock them down so hard, so fast. We'll have their own peers, their own group do it to them. And they'll do it for the sake of virtue signaling within the group. Oh my God. This is great, you guys. How are we going to do this? We got to make up some stories here. We got to tell some stories. We got to make up some origin stories, Absolutely. But the thing is I don't want the individual, people that we're going to be keeping down like this, I don't want them ever to rise up. I don't want them to ever think that, they can have their own ideas and build their own future and have the things that they like and have the things that they don't like and actually feel anything about that, I mean, they can have it, but they better not express it, right? That'll work. That'll fucking work. Hell yeah. Damn. You could be running all this shit. I'll tell you though, what's going to happen is we're going to end up crushing the good, strong individual people. You know what I mean? We're gonna break them down to the average, to the mediocre, because we don't want anybody special. We don't want anybody sticking their head up. unless it's like controlled opposition, unless it's like, we're bringing in some chump to fight the champ and we're just going to use him as a fucking example, like teach the other slaves not to, get too uppity. Oh shit, I'm going to get kicked off YouTube for that. No, I'm using that in the context of, speaking out against bondage and slavery. Okay. The idea that we have a ruling class, or rather, I don't even know if you can call it a ruling class. We just have a morality system over us that's enforced. And it enslaves us. Like, you can have your favorite Harry Potter movie, but it better be Harry Potter. You know what I mean? You get to choose between, Slave Master Smith or Slave Master Jones. Slave Master Smith gives you Sundays off, but he works you 18 hours a day. Slave Master Jones, he does not give you Sundays off, but he only works you for 12 hours every day. So, there's a big difference. You get to choose. You get to choose. You know why you get to choose? Because this is a democracy. And in a democracy, everybody has a vote. Good thing that we've, corralled those people with their morality in the stories. They'll actually vote for our stuff, and they'll think they're being good. But the truth is they're being humble, and they're being weak, and they're being part of the herd, and they're doing as we told them to do, as we wanted them to do, as we planned for them to do. And many of the better ones they're gonna be destroyed. So I don't know. Let's say you got 300 million people. One sec, please. That's roughly the population of the United States. And you're just going to browbeat the hell out of them with a bunch of bullshit morality and ideology and identity politics and consumerism and the idea that any one of these kids is going to be able to have an identity by the time they go through public school is absurd. I mean, it's ridiculous. But you know what? Some of them are going to do it. Some of them, it's just their nature. It's where they come from. It's how they're raised. It's who they were raised from. What do you think is going to happen to them? Because we're talking 300 million people, so we're talking, 100 million kids in school. Well, no, we're not talking that many. Okay, so we'll just switch it over to percentages here. It doesn't really matter. So, out of these 10 million that you've got, and you browbeat the hell out of them with false ideology and consumerism and tricks, because cookies are so tasty on the tongue. They're so tasty that many of the people, they won't make it. They'll stuff themselves with so much tasty stuff that they'll destroy their own physiology. But in any case, so some of them, they're not going to break. They're not going to go along. They're gonna suspect that something is, that the wool is being pulled over their eyes. They're not going to have the ideas. They're not going to have the concepts. They're not going to have anybody to support them in their ideas unless they go into old philosophy, and that's tricky stuff. So they're not even going to have anybody to introduce it. None of the teachers are independent free thinkers there. Maybe one of them is, but he keeps quiet. How many are going to make it? Out of 100 million, will 1 million make it? Yeah, okay, 1 million. 1 million will make it out of 100 million. 1% are people who cannot be bowed, who will hold on to their concept of honor, justice, fairness, rightness, not the group's idea, their idea. They'll actually have the opportunity and the personality to develop these ideas, and the audacity, and the temerity, and the daring. But you know what? They're not going to make it. Nope. Because they're alone. I say it's a million, but it's a million amongst 100 million. They're not going to find each other. It's going to be a hard situation for those young people, not fitting into the consumer society, not believing what morality is as it's told to them, questioning. We're going to make outcasts out of them. We're going to shame the hell out of them. They're going to be so isolated and so damn alone that 90% of them aren't going to make it. So now your million is down to 100,000 in the system. Out of 100 million, you've got 100,000 that are actually human beings that have not sold their souls yet and who don't want to. And even if they don't have the concepts and the words, they know it. They feel it. They can't express it, but that's how they feel. And I'm saying this is what MGTOW is. What are you going to do with those ones? Because those ones are strong as the devil. And do you know why I use the term the devil? Because they're opposed to the existing false slave herd mentality, morality. These people are devils to the system, and they are strong as devils because they stood up when 90 million would not. And they stood up while 900,000 fell down. That sounds like a hard situation, doesn't it? You know that's the situation that you're in. Do you want to die on this cross? It's here for you. It's here for you. Just climb right on up. Go ahead. Hey, can you nail yourself? Can you nail yourself up there? It'll save us some time. Can you psychologically torture yourself so damn much that you do it symbolically, and you symbolically, psychologically, emotionally, socially castrate yourself? Could you do that for us? Because that's what they've asked you to do. That's what they're insisting that men do. Because some men are now strong as the devil. You know that this content, what is it? What is this content? And this isn't talking about a pretty girl putting on her makeup. I don't care. I just playing around with that stuff. It's against the system, isn't it? What the hell are men going their own way from? Are men really going their own way from women? Do you really, really think that men can go their own way from women? How about male from female? How about that? How about all the males go their own way? You think that that's possible? You think it's reasonable? You think that those individuals, billions, you think you can get them to turn off their biological sex drive? You think so? Okay. Good luck with that. And, good luck promoting a system and an idea that has that. Men are going their own way from corruption, from a bad deal. Women have been tricked. Actually, that's not entirely true. Women have gone along because of their nature, okay? And men have this in their nature too. I'm sorry. But men generally, have a little bit more in there too. And they can stand up for themselves and go their own way. But they have to find it. They have to take themselves off of the cross. They have to stop from crucifying themselves, crucifix of a good man. A good man by somebody else's idea. By somebody's idea who wanted to keep you weak. That's what I'm saying. Okay? And all these ideas that are above you, lofty ideas like love and honor and compassion, you created them. Okay? It's not man and God. That's not what it is. We created these ideas. This is our morality system. The priests designed it to control the people and turn them into sheeple so they don't cause trouble. And to be honest with you, most of them, that's actually the right way to go. Okay? They're not that smart. Just give them the system, give them the tree of right and wrong. Thou shalt and thou shalt not. But don't put any words like may in there, because that implies a choice between good and evil. And we don't want them to have a choice. We can't allow them to have a choice. They won't make the right choice, that's for sure. In most cases, they will choose whatever is, I suppose we could call it evil. I suppose, right? They'll always choose to, eat more food and have more sex and drink more wine and dance more and not work hard, and of course, we're going to say that that's bad, that's evil. But we're going to say that, working hard and sacrificing, we're going to say that that's good. I'm sorry. I know this is heretical, the stuff I'm saying. I apologize. But it is what it is, Let's see what else is going on in the chat section. Trent Apollo Colt. How's it going, bro? Thanks for stopping by. He says, a good man does the right thing. It's that simple. Okay? Okay? Good. I like that. And it should be simple. Of course, we have to ask the right thing by who, right? This is what I'm asking. The good man does the right thing. The right thing by who? Because I'm saying that the good man has been tricked into doing the right thing for other people, for the group, for the society, for the future, for the past, for the tradition, for the ancestors, but that it is not good for him as an individual man who wants to have an individual life, that he must question. Listen, here's the deal, okay? Just do this for me, okay? Every time you make a morality decision, okay, ask yourself why. Just ask yourself why, right? So, you see an old lady and you say, I'm going to go help her across the street, okay? Why? You see somebody out there looking for charity, you decide to reach into your pocket and give that person $1 or $5 or $100. Why? Another person is asking, you choose not to give it to them. Why? It cannot be unquestioned. Let's pretend that you are God, okay? And you're in heaven. And somebody comes up to the gates and they say, hi, I'm here, I'd like to come into heaven. And you say to them, well, what did you do in life? What kind of a life did you lead? I don't know that you're worthy to come into heaven. And the person says, I was a good person. They're like, okay, what does that mean? And they say, well, I never did anything wrong. And you scratch your head a little at that one, because that's a little tricky, isn't it? How could they have lived a whole life and never done anything wrong? And wrong by whose standard? If their friend is trying to cheat them out of a job and they cheat their friend out of cheating them, was that wrong? I mean, they cheated, didn't they? How about if they tell a fib and get the job or get the girl or get the raise? How about if they tell a fib and their competitor doesn't get the job, doesn't get the raise, doesn't get the girl? Were they wrong? Did you expect them as God? Did you expect them as God? You're God, remember. Did you expect them to give up the girl, to give up the job, to give up the bed? Did you expect them to live in poverty? They never did anything wrong. They were always good. Good by whose standard? So maybe you'll ask them a question. Maybe you'll say to them, did you ever question what was good? And maybe this person that's before you says, nope, I just did what the priest told me to do. You say, the priests. So you were relying that the priests were telling you to do the right thing, right? And you say, yeah, that's basically right. And maybe you might ask another question. And maybe you might ask, but what if the priests didn't know? What if the priests were lying to you? Did you ever question it? Did you ever look into it? And then what, I guess that, the good person now that we're talking about bows their head down and says, no, we were taught to never question the priests. And then you say to him, well, the thing is we've got a few rules here in heaven, some standards that we have to adhere to. And maybe the person would say to you, oh, okay, no problem. I'll do anything I'm told to do. Do you have a list of rules that you could give me so that I could technically follow each one of them? And maybe you, as God, might look at them and say, you know what? I was kind of hoping that you would already know what that was. And then this person might say, oh, I do know what it is, to be good and to be worthy of coming into heaven. And you as God, you would say, okay, yeah, well, what do you think? And they would say, what? They would say, always doing what you're told, never breaking the rules, always being good, never doing wrong. And if you ask them what good was and what wrong was, they would not be able to define it. Okay? What do? Do you let them in? Because you got real people. So do you let them in? They never did anything wrong. They always did what they were told, and they will always do what they are told. Of course, they won't always feel that way about it. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's another joke. The same guy comes up there and says the same thing, and God looks at him and says, yeah, but you didn't do it with a glad heart. Sorry, you didn't do it with a glad heart. In other words, they followed the rules. They went along. They didn't cause any trouble. So they learned nothing. They questioned nothing. Their life, I don't mean to be harsh, but it was just like billions of other lives. Is that what you want? Because that's the deal you're being offered. And if you'll take this deal, you can have a little bit of money. You can get by. You won't have anything good in life, but you might not have too much bad. You might be able to starve off some of the bad. And when it's over, you will never have gotten to know yourself. Would you let you into heaven? How's that? For just following orders. Because you realize that, a Nazi SS officer, who committed all kinds of horrible crimes, could say the same thing. You realize that a good cannibal could say the same thing. Right? They always followed orders. They always did what they were told. So if that's good enough for you, that's the deal you got. And just don't cause waves, don't cause trouble, don't become too much of an individual, and they won't fire you, and you can get along with the group and shit like that. I'm sorry. I know it's harsh, but that's what I wanted to talk to you guys with. Warlock Bathory, sorry about that, says, I don't care how I am perceived by others, except God. Hurting others for survival And triumphant imperialism is justified in the long run, but violence to stroke one's ego is not honorable. That's good. I like that. I don't care how I am perceived by others except God. God is separate, right? God is separate from man. Now, I'm not saying is man God, because I know that man is not God, right? I'm not suggesting anything like that. I'm just saying that God is separate. He's above man, right? And God is good, right? And man is what? Is man good too? Like God? And what if you do get violent? Okay? I know. What if a man gets violent because his ego was hurt? I mean, could that possibly happen? You know that that's exactly what happens, right? Every little boy that gets pushed down on the playground gets his feelings hurt, his pride hurt, and gets back up and then, fights back. Every time you do something stupid on the playground and you miss the ball or something like that, you pick yourself up, you dust yourself off, and you go at it again because your ego was hurt. So I guess what I'm saying is the ego is not all bad. I agree with you, okay? Hurting people just based on your ego is not honorable. It's shameful. But is the ego itself shameful and dishonorable? Because that is what man has. Man has his ego. I want you guys to be able to break free of unfair, unjust, unrealistic, bullshit bonds that have been placed on you. Okay? Yeah, you need to be a good man, but by whose standards? By your standards. What if you don't have any of those standards? What if the man's standards is just getting along with the group? How can he be a good man? If he doesn't have standards as to what a good man is, if he hasn't questioned what is good, what is evil, what is honorable, what is not honorable, not what does the group like. You were right there, okay, Warlock? You don't care what the group thinks of you. What do you think? And what if it's opposed to the group? Are you still allowed to have it? Is being opposed to the group automatically evil? Is not going along with the herd bad? Do we have to get rid of people like that so that we can move towards a more perfect and godlike future and society of good people, where all good people get all good rewards and all bad people are punished and they come to an end? And we'll just build the system so that it forces that, because we know that that's good. But it's not necessarily good for you, the individual man, in your individual life. You have to have the courage to go your own way. You have to have the courage to question the way that everybody else wants you to go. You have to have the courage to question the decisions that you think you're making, morality-wise. And then to decide what you think is best. And passion is not a crime. And ego is not a crime. And being selfish is not a crime. It's a part of being alive. Okay? Sometimes the mother and the father will give up the food to their children. That's not a sacrifice. That's something they choose to do. Sometimes a person will give up of themselves to somebody else who needs help. They choose to do it. It's not a sacrifice. They want to do it. Someone they love or something they care about is suffering, and they can help. and they want to help, and they do help. That's a wonderful thing. So we're just going to take 30% of all your life's earnings, and we're going to spend them on people on the other side of the world who we say don't have fresh drinking water. We're going to take 30% of everything that you earn in your whole life, and everything from everyone around you, and everything from everything around you, all the schools, all the roads, all the hospitals, 30% less. We're just gonna take that from you, and we're gonna give it to people that we say need it, because it's the good thing to do. Oh, snap. I'm sorry, guys. We don't need 30%. We need 40%. We need 40% of everything from everyone, because these people are really thirsty. And I'm going to show you some pictures of how thirsty they are and how dirty their water is. Oh, snap. It's not working. We need 50%. And you're a good man, right? And you're not going to cause any trouble, are you? Because this is the good, right thing to do. We're giving people clean water. Or how could you argue with that? What kind of a human being are you? How can you argue with that? Oh, and incidentally, we need 60% now. Yeah. Yeah, and those people that we're giving it to, they're all better off than you now. But we still need 70% now. You're a good man. You won't complain. You don't want to see those people suffer. You don't. We would never lie to you about this. We would never misuse those funds. You're a good man. And I know you are a good man. The problem is that they're abusing you, and that they're taking advantage of the fact that you are, in fact, a good man. Because they're not good men. They're not good people. And don't get upset about that, okay? They're not even people. And don't even, I mean, they're just groups. You know, they're an imaginary kind of entity that we make up in our own minds. It's real, okay? But it's not like you can blame, you know, this particular individual. It's not quite like that, okay? Or this group of people. Even though certain groups and races even have these ideas about you being a good man and giving over 70% and not complaining about it. And you know what? I'm sorry to tell you this, but your ancestors, they were mean and unkind to my ancestors. They used violence against my ancestors. So what are we at now? We're at 60%? Let's just make it 70%, okay? Because, I mean, seriously, your ancestors, I'll show you the pictures, okay? I'll tell you the stories of how your ancestors treated my ancestors. So now we're up to 70%. And the world is becoming a much better place because it's all good people. Whew. Soon we will have only good people. Yeah. And you know what? We're going to need 80%. Because we're making that final push towards all the good people. Yeah, in a good world. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't have enough to live? And your family doesn't have enough to live? And your future is not secure? Oh, you live in fear every day of getting by to the next day? Oh, you have the existence of an animal in the herd, kept in a pen. So you won't mind if we take 90% now, will you? I mean, what are you going to do, given your situation? I mean, here's the choice. Either we take 90% or we take 100%. What's it going to be? Decide. Oh, you're going to let us take 90%. Oh, wow, you're a good man. You're a good man. How? And I know you've raised your son to be a good man too. I know you have. And I know that that the women have raised them to be good men too. Ooh, I know that because I've been playing on their fears this whole time. That's what I've used. to get 90% was the fears and the compassion and the sentimentality and the emotionality of the women. And weak men who won't stand up for themselves or what they believe in. Heck, they don't even believe in anything. We've told them what to believe in. Do you know what they think a good man is? They think a good man is a man who does what he's told to do by bad men who want to exploit him. Nice. Nice, isn't it? Nice little deal we got going on here. Oh, what do you mean there's some individuals who are kind of like speaking out and speaking against us? Yeah? Well, let's get him in the ring with the champ. Let's make an example out of him. Let's make a mockery of them. Let's destroy them. Let's shame them. Let's destroy their reputation. I'm amazed, though, that we've even got one, because we wiped them out when they were in school. They should all be so locked in, to our morality that we gave them, and they will never question it because that's what they think being a good man is. This is why I'm asking you to question the things that you're doing, So here, let me ask you, if you're in a position, please help out the Howard Dare channel. Help me out, because I'm in a terrible position. The state has it so I can't work. I'm kind of locked up. I'm going to court because I want a trial. And I don't even have $1 to buy a razor. I've got a roof over my head. I do have that. But nothing personal. So, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm doing. Check your morality, okay? Check what you think is right. And decide, if you're in a position to help at the Howard Dare channel, with a little bit right now. And God bless you. And what I mean by that is I don't mean what you think I mean. I mean, good for you for, thinking about it and deciding. Right? Because if you think it's a good idea, do it. And it's not a sacrifice. You would be helping me out. And I will make more content. It's an investment. But if, you don't have enough right now, and if you've got other things to worry about, and, you got to take care of you. And what the hell, You're not just giving money away. I don't blame you. You're not throwing it away. That's fine too. And know that that's what you decided. And now move forward and make more decisions in line with what you believe. Don't hurt anybody. But if they try to hurt you, yeah, go ahead, hurt them. Don't lie. But hey, if you got some advantage that you're trying to get, right? We're on the same team here. I'm your bro, okay? You do what you got to do, bro. You think someone's going to fuck you up? Well, let's fuck them up first. Let's find out. Wow. So it turns out I'm not really a good guy. You know what I mean? Like if somebody's trying to hurt me, I'll hurt them. If somebody's lying about me, I'll lie about them. Okay? I don't give a damn, whether or not people like this or like that. Okay? I'm not out here making MGTOW content with girls dancing around and doing close-ups on pretty girls' faces and saying, hey guys, listen to what she's got to say. I'm not stealing other people's content. I don't put up videos of Jordan Peterson and then talk about it. If I've got something to say about it, I'll say something about it. I'll refer you to the video. And you know what? I wanted to play a few seconds of it. That's fine. No big deal. But I'm not just playing, I'm not taking other people's stuff and saying it's mine. Okay? This is what matters to me. I'm going to tell you the truth. Some people are going to hear this. I lose subscribers on videos. People hear what Howard Dare has to say, and they say, damn, that offends my sense of morality. I'm going to tell you the truth. Yeah, be a good man, but be a good man for you. you're going to then psychologically crucify themselves and throw their lives away and destroy their health. And they don't fulfill their passions. This is their strength. I'm not saying you're out of control and you're going to do something to harm yourself or harm anybody. I'm saying give your passions free rein. I'm saying they want to help you. They want to move you forward, happy into the future and strong. And nobody needs to tell you right and wrong. And if you lost your memory today, okay, like you forgot your name, you forgot your jobs, you forgot everything, you would still know what food you liked. You would still be you. If I said to you, who are you? You would say, I am me. So all this idea of what you think, of who you are, the things you have, what other people think of you, your place in the system, it's all made up. We suffer more in our imaginations than we do in reality. You don't have to suffer in your imagination. You are torturing yourself psychologically, emotionally, trying to be what the world has told you is a good man or a good person. But that is not what a good person is. That's what a good person is to them. And your life will be miserable, a servant, a slave, if you conform to what their idea of good is. Oh, and incidentally, we're just going to take 100% now, okay? Because you're so weak and you got nothing going on anyway, and you got no reason to fight, and you gave it all up anyway, and you never really cared. So now we're taking 100%. And maybe you'll get some sort of a reward in another life. I don't know. I mean, that's what we told you so that you would act this way, but I don't know for real. How could I know that? How could anybody know that? So if somebody tells you that they know that, the one thing that you do know is that they don't know. Okay, you don't know either, but you know that they don't know, right? So when a 17-year-old is telling you the universe, it's like the one thing you do know is that they don't know. Back to the comment section. Iridium Kush. Yes, I do play chess, Iridium Kush. I play okay, I'm not ranked or anything like that. I'm not fast, but I've got a few openings. I've got some decent mid-game, and some tactics that I got going on. And I got some positional knowledge, about how I want things to move forward. And in exchanges, combination exchanges, I'm usually pretty good because, I've got my positional situation, I've got my tactical situation, I've got my defensive situation, usually pretty strong. My problem is, of course, that I only see my own attacks. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I got my plans, and sometimes I don't see the attack coming from my opponent. And sometimes, this is another part of my weaknesses, when I'm playing, I make a bad move. I make a mistake. It doesn't happen I make a really bad move, like, oh shit, I just moved my piece into, capture. Or I just left something, to where it now can be captured. But not often, like I might do that once every 4 or 5 games. I recently downloaded Fritz because I wanted to use the chess engine, and I wasn't smart enough to get through the copy protection. So, I guess that means I'm not good enough to play at that level, right? Really, the copy protection was fucking crazy. Excuse me. So, yeah. So I wasn't able to actually use it. What we got going on here, Warlock? You've got a lot of things to say. I like that. He says, morality, society, and relationships are for women, are weak men. Conquest, exploration, and imperialism are for men. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But the men have been convinced otherwise. The men have been convinced that they want to be happy, that they're just like the women, that men and women are the same. And they love tasty things on their tongue. They really do. So do I. Yeah, yeah. And those other ideas, they're kind of toxic, bro. Conquest. Jeez. What is that? Exploitation? Oh, no, exploration. Might as well say exploitation, right? I'm channeling a social justice warrior. And imperialism. Oh, wow. That's really bad. Man. Yeah, the modern world, it's all built on imperialism. Damn. All these countries that had power, they went out and they used their power. Man. And they tried to set up their future. And they exploited other people who were not able, strong enough to stand up to them. Wow. That's so bad. Man, we need a world where that never, ever happens. Where all people can have all things and nobody is ever in any danger, and there's plenty of resources for everybody. So if you find a diamond mine, okay, over in some third world place with some hunter-gatherers who won't be able to pick up those diamonds for another 10,000 years, you have to leave it for them. Africa is the richest continent in the world. Australia's right up there too. Yeah, they've got more diamonds, more gold. They've got more stuff than any country, by far. But they can't get it. Kind of like me trying to play the Fritz chess engine. I can't play the Fritz chess engine because I'm not smart enough to get through the copy protection. And they can't have the diamonds because they can't get through the copy protection. They're not smart enough to get the diamonds. They're not advanced enough to get the diamonds or the oil or anything. Give it another 10,000 years. Meanwhile, you live in a world of limited resources. And I hope you don't mind, but we're going to ship them over to the other side of the world because there's people over there that are suffering. And even though you and your people and your families have been suffering also, and are going to suffer a lot more, you're a good man. You're good people. And that's going to enable your government and your ruling classes to exploit the hell out of you. And you're going to do it to yourself. I'm going to do it to myself. And I am never going to have the attitude of somebody like Andrew Tate. And I'm never going to have the life of somebody like Andrew Tate. And neither are most of you. And I'm sorry. And it's a hard truth. And we need to face it so that we can change it. Stop deluding. Stop deluding yourself. Stop lying to yourself. All of these great noble things that you think are above you as a man and that you cannot aspire to, man invented them. They are yours. They are your passions. They are your feelings. They are your ideals. They are your concepts. All the lofty ideas, they're all yours. You created them. It's not you down here and him up there. You created all those ideas. You torture yourself. Is there some overarching, all-inclusive, universal good, God, spirit, creator? There might be. I surely don't know. Who am I to say that? I don't know. But there's not a series of judges watching over you and deciding whether or not every little thing you do or think is good or right. And it doesn't matter if 100 people say it was good and 1,000 people say it was bad. And it doesn't matter if nobody cares. It doesn't matter if it is written down. Until the end of time, it was always your choice. It was always you. It was always man. But it was man minus 90%. It was man constrained in his own morality. While there are some good elements to our slave morality, like don't hurt people, it's designed against you, not for you, against you. Now, by going along with it, there is some good and benefit to you. It will incur. In other words, the system is only going to take 90%. We're going to let you keep 10%, okay? It's not all bad. And it's not. You'll live on that 10%. You'll have a life on that 10%. You'll build whatever you can build on that 10%. And most people, maybe that's all that they can do. But you had an individual life. You have your own individual spirit. It is sacred. You have an obligation to yourself. You have an obligation to the others around you that are lost. Do not lead them into despair. Man is a walking monument of despair. He drags himself through his days, doing jobs for other people, for pennies, so that he can get by and do it again the next day. And he better not upset anybody. And he better not have his own feelings. And he better wear his uniform. And he better cut his hair the way he's supposed to. And he better not say anything that he's not supposed to. Because if he does, he's losing the 10% that he has left. That's the deal. And the deal is going to get better or worse, depending on how you look at it. It's going to give you a free living wage. Okay? We're going to set it up where all people get a couple $1,000s a month. All right? But the money disappears at the end of the month. You're not allowed to save any money. And you're not allowed to earn any money. You're only allowed to have this $2,000 a month. Now, for people who make a lot more than $2,000 a month, they don't have to be part of this system. Okay? They can do what they want. What do you think about the IRS hiring like 85,000 new employees? I guess they're really going to go after big business now. What do you think about them training these 80,000 plus new IRS agents in firearms training, giving them guns? Wow, that's good, isn't it? I mean, that's good for the system, right? And like I said, they're really going to hold those corporations' feet to the fire, aren't they? Because they're 80,000 new IRS agents with guns. Hey, maybe you can get a job. Maybe I can get a job with them. Maybe your neighbor or a friend of yours can get a job with them. And who do you think they're going to come after? Do you really think they're coming after the big corporations? You know they're not. This is a part of a tactic, of the media. And it's known as shifting responsibility. And so the food processing companies manufacture a poisonous, toxic product, and they sell it to the people. And it's an addictive product also. And the people, because they're poor and they only have 10%, and it's addictive, and they're starving, and their kids are hungry, they eat this stuff like crazy. Of course, we get to make money on the back end on that too, because now all their symptoms need drugs to treat them. So, we get that. Shit, I forgot my point. Okay, this is the price you pay for getting too fucking involved. Right? Doesn't matter. I'm making too much out of it. That's right. CashApp, MGTOW Smurf. Thank you, bro. That's right. That's HDARE007, because I have a license to kill. Merry Christmas, JM. Thanks for stopping by. Thank all of you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I'm out here. I'm alone. I got nothing to smoke. This sucks. And there's no place I'd rather be. Iridium Kush Fund CashApp link. A lot of you guys have been helping out the Howard Dare channel. That's part of the reason why I'm here. Because you've given. Okay, you give, I want to give. All right? Now, accept this gift of freeing yourself from a morality that was devised against you and is psychologically forcing you to torture yourself because you believe, you've been convinced, you've been told that sacrifice, and that's pain and suffering on your part, is good. And it is. Just not necessarily for you. It's good for whoever you're sacrificing for. It might be good for you. Like, you could get so strong. Like I said, there will be 1% out of the 300 million that are strong as devils, and they will literally be characterized as devils, because there will only be 1% that are strong enough and bold enough and care enough to question the morality that has enslaved us. There was 10%, but 9% of them get killed and destroyed. So 1% remain. You are that 1%, MGTOW. You may not have all the words, you may not have all the concepts, but you know the truth. You know you've been tricked. Now, there's something ugly going on here too that we do to ourselves. We trick ourselves. We lie to ourselves. We pretend that everybody who's against us is evil. That everybody who doesn't agree with us, they're just like Nazis. They're evil. They're not. They're just people. They're just people who have ideologically identified with a particular group. They do it to themselves. The feminists think that the MGTOW are evil. Mainstream media thinks MGTOW is evil. I've told you, you will become as strong as the devil. That is how you will be characterized. Once you can stand up to this system, they will call you a devil. This is the shame that that's heaped upon someone like Andrew Tate. Although I'm not, like a big supporter of his or anything like that. He's toxic. Embrace your toxicity. Embrace your dopeness. Embrace your individuality. We are not a democracy. We are a representative constitutional republic. Okay? I don't give a shit what some retard wants to vote. He's an idiot. She's an idiot. She's a child. She votes for ice cream. He's a weak man. He votes for peace. He votes for the future. He votes for never causing a problem. He votes for never standing up. He's a good man. And we've all got an equal vote because we're a democracy. But we're not a democracy. We call it a democracy. It's a representative government whose purpose is to defend individual rights, not to give every idiot a vote. Okay? What do you want to eat tonight? Let's vote. Yeah, democracy is often two wolves and one lamb voting on what to have for dinner. You want to be a good Democrat? You want to be a good citizen? Well, you're the lamb. And isn't that good? But it's not. And we're not a democracy. We're a representative, constitutional, individual rights. That's our focus. Okay? Democracies can be led any which way. That's why you've got your House and you've got your Senate. That's why you've got your House of Lords and your House of Commons. Because they have to. They won't make the right decisions. They'll make the decisions that make them feel good. They'll always vote to eat more food. They'll always vote to have more sex. They'll always vote to get what they want. They'll always vote against the people who they perceive as being above them and that are evil, and that they must invert the system and invert the values. They don't know what they're going to replace it with, but they know that, everything that's been holding them down and hasn't given them what they want and hasn't given them the life they want. It's time. It's tyranny. It's patriarchal overlord. It's been holding them down. They know it's evil. They know that you're good, so they know you're going to go along. So you see that we demonize the groups that don't go along with us. Don't lie to yourself. Do you want to get stuck in this? Do you want to get stuck in this little hate cycle? You've been here a long time. You can spend your whole life here pretending somebody did you wrong, something did you wrong, the system did you wrong, the group did you wrong, the morality of the system did you wrong. No, it tricked you. You went along. You fell for it. You wanted to. And now you've got to rediscover your individuality. And you've got to be brave enough, And you've got to have faith and confidence to stand by it and protect it and nurture it and grow it. That's what I want. That's what I'm trying to give you, okay? That's what I want for Christmas, is for you to have that, or for you to get a taste of that, an idea of that, a part of the concept of that. A taste, a sniff, and then, like the greyhound, like the thoroughbred, like the beast before the hunt, now we're going to let you go. You've got it. You've got the scent. You know that you've lied to yourself. You know that you've betrayed yourself. You know that you've bought into this bullshit. You know there's something in you. It's not a decision. It's not morality. It's not the approval. It's fine. It's exactly what's supposed to be in you. Don't hurt anybody. But go out there and fucking turn the world. Will to power, not happiness. Happiness is for women and children. Power is for a man, is for a human being. An intelligent, rational, strong, capable human being who can tip the world. A big enough lever and you can tip the world. A big enough idea. What do you think about MGTOW as an idea? You think it could change the world? You think it could change the future? You think it could give people insight into their nature such that they live and fulfill and find their nature? That they don't get lost in some empty, meaningless 300 million bullshit. What's your favorite Harry Potter movie? What is it? There's like 8 of them now? Do you want 100 of them? You can have 100 of them. You don't ever have to think about any of this. You don't. hopefully you can hold on to enough, like 20 or 30% of really what, your life is worth, that, you feel good about it. But up at around 20, when you've only got like 20% left, a lot of people are just giving up. The men have given up on getting together with the women. What do you think of that? It is a morality that was designed against you, to shame you, to control you, to belittle you, to make you weak. I'm not saying you break all the rules. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you question, you examine, and you do what's right and good for you. You just got to figure out what it is. Do you think it's being meek and mild and not raising your voice and not getting excited and not causing any waves? Do you think that's what's good for you? It certainly might let you get by in the system. So, a little bit of it at the right time. Yeah. But do you really think that that's how you should live your life? In the background, part of the herd, going along, never standing out, never causing trouble. Do you really think that that's your whole life? Because, you'll get 20, 30%. Hey, you may even get 35% of your life. Of course, you're going to feel shame the whole time. You're going to be questioning and doubting yourself the whole time. You're going to be sick and ashamed the whole time. Because you realize we're not just taking the material, okay? We're taking your will. We're taking your purpose, your ambition. We're taking your drive. We're energy vampiring you. We are turning you into a product who watches Harry Potter movies. And there's nothing wrong with Harry Potter movies, but it's not the meaning of your life. Now, are you going to spend every moment of your life examining the meaning of your life? Hell no. Have a good time. Have a drink. Have a smoke. Have something to eat that you like. That's okay. Don't overindulge it. Don't eat a half a pizza. Have a piece of pizza. You'll be fine, okay? But you know what you need to eat otherwise? Meat. You need nutrition. You have no nutrition. Men have no nutrition. Tasty things on the tongue that you need every 4 to 5 hours. That's not nutrition. That's not food. That's metabolic addiction. You need meat. You need nutrient dense. You don't need plants. You ever see a lion eat plants? Do you ever see a shark eat kelp? Do you ever see a tiger eat a banana? Do you ever see a bear eat grass? Oh, they'll eat berries. They'll eat fruit. They'll eat honey. Oh no, but what they want is meat. Even the fish eat the other fish. And we can tell, like when we find the bones of species, we can analyze their bones and we can tell who they ate. And do you know what ancient man ate? All of the other predators. That's how smart you are. You're not just the alpha predator. You're not just an alpha predator. You are the alpha of the alpha predators. But individually, you're not. Individually, you're just part of the herd. And you've given up probably about 60 to 70% of your life energy. So we individual men, no, we are not the alpha of the alphas. We are just some faint, miserable, reflection of what we could be. Like imagine, the perfect, a perfect man, the strongest. Imagine a man, okay, who can come into the gates of heaven, can meet God at the gates of heaven, and doesn't even need to ask if he's coming in. Doesn't need to ask. Just walks right in. Says, how you doing? Walks right in. So who is that man? Imagine him. How strong is he? How capable is he? Is he is he a nice man? Does he help people? Does he help all people all the time? Does he help rotten, botched, sick, disgusting, degenerate people indulge their worst elements? Does he help them? No, he doesn't, does he? So he doesn't help everybody, but he does help people, doesn't he? Is he strong? Well, he's strong enough not to need anybody, isn't he? But is it wrong to be part of a group? I don't know. I don't know. I want to be part of something bigger than myself, but I don't want to betray myself. I want to be myself first, and then I'll bring that self to the group. I won't submerge myself and get rid of myself just to be part of the group. No, I'm just trying to picture about, what that strong man is. That man who gets to walk into the gates of heaven. I'm just trying to picture who he is. He doesn't hurt people, but if people are bad, rotten people, and they're hurting people, then yeah, I suppose he does hurt people. Like he hurts them enough to make them stop hurting people, right? But he doesn't give everything away to everybody, because not everybody is worthy. How about judging people? Does he judge people? I think he has to. I think he has to, have standards deciding what is good, what is bad. Now, does everybody have to agree with him? And is he the only good man? Let's say that, this man who can walk into heaven, he's a good man. He really is a good man, by the standards of man, not the group. But let's say there's another man and he made different decisions. He doesn't fully agree with that one man that's a good man. And like I said, good unto himself. Is he also a good man? Is it possible that he helped different people, hurt different people, told lies at different times? And is it possible that he is still a good enough man to walk right into the gates of heaven? Is it? I say it is. I know it is. So, we don't have to agree on everything, do we? To be a good man, we don't have to all be the same. How's that possible? Isn't good this fundamental standard? Is it? This is part of the question. Isn't good good? And isn't it a blanket good in all instances, all the time? Let's say that you, in your whole life, make $1 million, and you give 900,000 of it away to charity, okay? Because you're a good man, right? Now let's say that Andrew Carnegie makes $1 billion, and he gives 950 million of it away. Okay? So not only has he given a lot more money away than you, but he's even given a larger percentage of it away. Is one of you a good man and the other one not a good man? Or can you both be good men? And it's weird that, I'm trying to use the standard of giving money away, because that's not necessarily the standard, is it? Let's say a man doesn't give any money away, but he builds things that help people moving into the future, good people. Those 100,000, those 10 million kids out of the 300 million kids that actually had the potential. Okay, so he builds things to help those kids. Say somebody else gives away just as much money and they build something entirely different. Can they both come into heaven? Let's say one of them, like I said, doesn't give any of it away. Can he come into heaven? And what I'm asking you to do is question what you think of this idea as good. And I want you to be the one who decides what good is, not the priests who wrote the laws thousands of years ago that have now got people crucifying themselves because they want to be good. And the men Like I said, what are we at? 70, 80%. Right? How's the quality of your life compared to your father's? How's the quality? And I mean in relations and in work. Okay? Your place in society, civilization. Actually, this isn't a good comparison. Oh, yeah, let's put my CashApp link on the screen. Oh, the CashApp link. Yeah, sorry. So I get going, right? I start talking, and I just go. Could you kick Brock Lesnar's ass? I could suplex. I could bring Brock Lesnar to Suplex City. No, I could not kick Brock Lesnar's ass. Oh, boy. Could I kick Triple H's ass? No, I could not. Could I kick The Undertaker's ass? No, I couldn't. Let's see. Who else? Could I kick Alexa Bliss's ass? Right? And the answer to that one is, I like to think so, but I might be in for a terrible surprise. I like to think if we locked up, you know what I mean, that I would come out on top. And I really do like to think that. As a matter of fact, I like to think that so much that I'll spend about 6 minutes every night thinking about that. Sorry, people. Buckaroo says, Mr. Darrell, do you think that gardening, forestry, general land management, and producing products that can be made with quality from one's own land is a good direction for a lot of MGTOW to take? I think having even a garden, okay, of your own is one of the most therapeutic, helpful, calming ways to spend your time. I have over 15 grows underneath my belt, okay? I can grow really well. You give me a 600 watt HPS, okay? You give me a humidity dome and a fluorescent light, and give me about 3 months. And I'm saying just one 600 watt bulb. I could deliver, maybe not a pound, okay, but many ounces, many. One of the things I loved most about those grows was deep water culture and a scrog, not a screen. Well, a screen of green. It's not the typical screen. What you're doing is you're putting one plant, possibly two, in 5-gallon deep water culture system, okay? And after it's been vegging out for about, just 4 or 6 weeks, you put the screen on top of it. And the screen has, the holes in the screen are about 3 or 4 inches square. Okay, it's a net. It's just a PVC pipe. Done into a giant square, maybe 4 feet by 4 feet, and with like 4-inch squares of twine. Okay, and you're placing that over the top of the plants. Now you're bending the tops, is what you're doing, and you've topped the plant, so it's at least double topped. And you're gently bending, the screen height is a little bit lower than the top of the plants, and the plants are fine. As long as you're gentle, you can bend the plants, you can bend the stems, they can even break sometimes. You don't want to be breaking the main stem. And they'll still be okay. You just want to get them under the screen. That's all you want to do, is get them all under the screen so that you're exposing all of the, bud sites to the HPS light in this 4 foot by 4 foot square. Because, the drop off on the light, every foot away from the light you go, you're losing 50% of the light. So, or thereabouts. So now, you continue to veg over your 4 foot by 4 foot screen. You're continuing to bend and gently get your plants and the bud sites underneath, the screens. And that, and they recover. Like when you do it to your plants, you're looking at it like, oh God, I killed them, and then you walk away, and 3 hours later, it's like, oh no, it's fine. And it is, they just go right to it. So you don't bend the stems outright, especially the bigger, thicker ones. You gently roll them and loosen them, and you lean them and bend them underneath the screen. You don't break them. But if it happens, no big deal. You can just tie it to the screen with a twisty knot. And then you let it grow out a little, and you get your bud sites all through your screen. And then you go into flowering mode. Then you go to 12 by 12. And yeah, it's perfect, Now, you've got to have a drain on your deep water culture unit because you're never lifting that top up. So you've got to be able to, change the water out and stuff like that. At least once a week, I would say. Could you go a few more days? You could, but you're risking all kinds of problems, at least once a week. Anyway, so that's just on a personal level of gardening. The idea of the man, going out and being close to nature. This is Rousseau's idea. This is also, we've got great ideas coming out of Thoreau, also, Henry David. And yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's good, right? I think it teaches the man to connect with nature, with himself. Now, going back to Rousseau, going back to Thoreau, this idea that nature is good because it's from God and it's natural. Nature will kill you. Nature will burn you alive. Nature will freeze you to death. Nature will starve you to death. Nature will have a pack of wild animals rip you to pieces. So where did you get the idea that all things natural and of the planet are good? Yeah? You feel that way out in the middle of Siberia with a pack of brown bears and Kodiak bears? You want to praise nature then? Again, it is the morality, the slave morality, the herd mentality, the consumer mindset, fit for women and children and sick people and botched people and people who have no future. That's the deal. You get to be one of those people. And if you don't want to be one of those people, you got a hard row in front of you, man. But MGTOW is here. This is what it is, okay? But as I said, I don't think it's necessarily men going their own way from winning. I don't think you can get men to go away from winning. Wait a minute, I saw ChemDog. There it is. Sorry about that. The microphone's bobbing all over the place. I'm not familiar with Infernal Cloud, but no ChemDog. All conservative and say ChemDog. Oh, are we talking about favorite weed? I like ChemDog. I do. It's not as chemical, as the people suggested. There's so many of them out there, though, right? Of course, I always like a good Kush. I prefer the cartridges, the vape cartridges. Now, I prefer the live terpenes. Okay, I prefer the resins. I don't hate distillants. They're cheap, but sometimes they flavor them and they taste like shit. And I don't need it, I don't need them to put chemicals in there from other plants to make it taste like it's tutti frutti or pineapple. And the quality that the quality of the initial product that you're using to create your distillate from is, of course, your lowest quality. That's why it's okay, because you distilled the hell out of it. So quality doesn't matter too much. Yeah, let's put that one up on the screen. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm outdoors, man. Someone's punching it, though. I think any work that a man does for himself, with himself, for him, for benefit of himself, is good and will make him stronger and better. And that's your goal, to build your strength, to overcome challenges, to embrace the suck, Testosterone truly is the hormone of making effort feel good. Okay? Do not pray for an easy time. Pray to be stronger. Do not pray for things to get easier for you. Pray and build yourself to become stronger to face the challenges. Okay? Things are not going to get better for us men. Things are going to get worse, at least in society and in culture. You know, toxic masculinity, things like that, right? But hey, don't worry, because you've got just pearly things to give you MGTOW content. And you've got real femme sapien to give you advice on how to hold on to a woman and stay married to her while she sleeps around on you. And you got to be a good man, okay? So don't worry, you've got those things. Sorry, man, I'm just fucking around. You know, 1 second. God damn it. Sorry. All right. Moving on, comments-wise. I am willing to admit I'm an asshole. I am proud of the fact that I am an asshole. I am ashamed of myself when I do not present myself as an asshole. And yes, I use money symbols as well. Ghost Pirate, how's it going, bro? Merry Christmas, free man. Yeah, right? So what if you help a man who isn't free? What if you help a man who isn't free to enslave other men? Well, you did something good, right? Because you helped a man. But was it good? Good man doesn't mean nice man. Thank you. Thank you. Mountain Monk. I thought Mr. Hammerhand was going by that name for a while there. Yeah, unfortunately, we've confused the idea of good and nice and humble and meek and weak and good. No, it is good for you to be strong. It is good for you to be independent. It is good for you to eat meat. It is good for you to dominate. Domination through intimidation and humiliation. It is good for the weak and the sick and the botched to be dominated and to be humiliated. It is good to see the unworthy suffer. It is good to be rid of the weak. It is good to build the strong and the healthy and the fit and the virtuous, and for you to become stronger and better in life, and for you to enjoy your life. That is good. I promise you. Now, don't get yourself hurt, do something stupid in pursuing it, okay? But that is the good of your life. You pursuing and fulfilling the good of your life and having the courage to do it. And the honesty to not lie to yourself and to fool yourself and to go along. Sorry, I got a plane going overhead. Sacred Y, how's it going, bro? Yep, I appreciate it. You know, some would say, and I have heard it said, that the Y chromosome is merely a broken X chromosome. Now, you do know that the world was filled with females. That's right. The whole world was female. And sexual reproduction was asexual clones. And there was very little diversity of species. And there was no testosterone. Yes. I don't know. Let me check my watch. I don't know how many millions of years ago this was, but many millions of years ago. And then testosterone comes onto the scene. And guess what happens? Diversity of species. And not just diversity of species, but diversity within the individual species. That's how tough men are. That's what the male thing is. You understand? Differentiation, individualization, true diversity. You are diversity. That other thing that they call diversity, do you know what that is? Is it socialism? Is it a death cult that worships death? You know that's what it is, right? You know that's what all of this is. Why do you think a human being, an animal, any living thing, would decide that its greatest good in life was to sacrifice itself, was to not live its life? What a mind fuck. I'm sorry, I'm going too far. I know. I apologize, MGTOW. Yeah. So what do you say? What do you say? You know, yeah, it's the Y chromosome is just a broken X. Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about with the diversity of species. Let's see. Ghost Pirate. Sloan of Lachalan, right? I fucking just mispronounced that. If you listen to weak people to find a good man, they will describe a slave that they can use for their own devices. It's exactly right. And if you look at our code of morality and our penal system and our what we call virtues and values, you will find that they shame the strong individual, that they say things to like, everybody's vote counts. If I own a business and you're a worker, why should your vote count? If you own a business and I am a worker, why should my vote count? Oh, but we're a democracy. We're all the same. Do you really think we're all the same? If we're all the same, then we don't need to pick teams, do we? Like when we're going to play a game or something, we don't need to pick teams. We can just divide equally, can't we? Because we're all the same. Yeah. And aren't you just so proud of the fact that you are no different from anybody else? We are all C students. No, we'll let there be a valedictorian and we'll let there be A students. But it won't be based on originality. It'll be based on how well they can form. It'll be based on how long they can sit still in a classroom and do as they're told. Those will be your A students. And the ones who have original ideas, who are trying to find the words and the concepts for the ideas that are truly worthy to move mankind into the future, those people are outcasts. Those people are goofs. Those people are not popular. Those people don't have any future. And if they do somehow make it by, we'll catch them. They're not making it through this net. You'd have to be crazy to be able to pull that off. And even with that said, some of them will pull it off. But that's okay, because we'll make examples of them. They'll be perfect. If they do what we want, we'll support them. We'll lift them up. We'll make sure they get more views. Do you get it? If I show you pictures of girls dancing and I ask you to get mad that you don't have a pretty girl, I'll get lots of views. Do you understand why? MGTOW, do you understand why? If I show videos of pretty girls and talk about how mad you should be because you don't have one, do you know why I will get lots of views? I do. Because I would be giving the people and the platform exactly what it wants. You think maybe that, some of the guys will get so angry that they'll do something about it? That they'll actually, really do something about it? They won't if I keep showing them stupid little videos of pretty girls, will they? They'll never get smart enough. They'll just stay angry, won't they? You've got 80 or 100 years, bro. Do what you want. Fill your time. And you don't have to, like be on the game all the time. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying, let's get in the game. That's all I'm saying. I need your help. I need your support. I'm here for you. I need you to be here for me. It's a two-way street, right? We're getting it done. We'll get it done. Maybe I'll get out of trouble someday. That would be so awesome. Then I could redo studio. Music is mathematical. Yes, it is. Almost everything is math, Even sight, color is frequency. It's vibration. And the eyes are just, this visual representation of mathematical vibration. It's all. Veal stew for me. 1 hour left. Yeah, veal. Very good for a person. What is it? What is it called? Rudimentary meat? I don't have the right words there, right? It's like half the people just listening to this said, Howard, you're an idiot. The red meat, the cow, the buffalo, the elk, the deer. Rudimentary, something like that. Meat. And yeah, that's the good stuff, man. That's what's good for us. That's what you need as a strong man. Truly, it is. That's why we have the big brains. Like I said, you've never seen a lion or a tiger eating plants. You never will. They're not stupid. How do you like that? They can't read a book, and yet they're smarter than most men. Ha-ha. So the wild animal, who is clearly not as smart as a man, is smarter than a man. So I'm saying be true to that part of you. I'm saying that there's a natural part of you. And I'm not saying nature is beautiful. I'm saying there's a part of you that is fundamentally man. And it has passions, and it has anger, and it has envy, and it has hatred, and it wants revenge, and it also has compassion, and it also doesn't want to see people suffer. So it has all these low, base animal feelings, and it has all these high, godlike virtues. Okay? And you're going to torture yourself because you feel those low base animal things all the time, okay? But you shame yourself for not feeling those high noble virtues, okay? But those high noble virtues in your mind, those belong to another world. Those belong to an ideal that you can never achieve, that is supernatural, okay? But it's not. You invented it. You invented both of them. And all of the ideas, you individually. That's why they have meaning for you. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, then you haven't invented them yet. They have no meaning for you, and you're not torturing yourself yet. But you will. You will, because that's how it's built. It's built to shame you for being a man and not being a god. And then to make you suffer as a man, when the people who you're suffering for are not gods. They were merely priests. That's all. They were merely people who knew how to write. That's all they were. And while you individually, you don't deserve this, and you deserve so much better than this. Out of how many billion people we've got here on the planet now, how many of them just want to be told what to do and get enough food to get by? And don't care if they give up 90% of their life, if you'll just give them that 10%, because that's all they need. Otherwise, they're going to die. So there's 90% of the planet doing what you tell them to do, how you tell them to do it, because they're afraid. And there's 10% of the planet who thinks about it, who decides what's right, what's wrong, who, when should they find themselves at the gates of heaven, can tell you exactly why they should go in. As a matter of fact, they don't even need to say it. I don't need to make a MGTOW video. I don't need to explain it. It's all good. I know it. You know it. The person sitting next to you, they know it. You know that I know that you know. I know that you know that I know. Everybody else knows that you know that I know that you know. You know. There's a great saying. I'm sorry. There are those who don't know and know they don't know. Teach them. There are those who know but don't know that they know. Wake them. There are those who do not know and do not know that they do not know, and they do not care that they do not know, and they do not want to know. Avoid them. So you've got a select few of people. You can't help everybody. You can't sacrifice everything. No. You keep 90% for you. And if you want to sacrifice for some sort of group or some sort of future or some sort of altruistic, imaginary good, that's fine. Go ahead. Give them 10%. You know what I mean? Give them some. See what they do with it. And then decide again. Don't let them take 90% of your life away from you. That's what they're doing. You don't love women. You love the idea of having an attractive woman. The individual woman would be a major pain in the ass. Reminds me of the old Star Trek episode, of Henry Mudd or Howard Mudd. Remember, Mudd was selling off the women, the robot women, and then he like did a bad deal with the Enterprise, and so they took his wife and they turned her into a robot, and they programmed her to hate him, and all of his robots were his wife, and they treated him like shit. MGTOW. That was a MGTOW episode. Star Trek in the 70s did MGTOW. Eggs, they don't know what to do with them. Yeah, it's true though. It's true. No, you let the women raise the children. You know what I mean? Let them hang out with the women until they're about 5 or 6, and then get them away from the women, because we're destroying them. We're destroying the young men. They think they're women, right? And in case there's any of you young men out there, who are kind of like saying, yeah, but Howard, technically, come on, man, let's be fair. So you, an attractive woman, and an attractive woman go for a job. You both have equal qualifications. Which one of you gets the job? The attractive woman gets the job. And just, yeah, okay. Yeah, you know that, right? So see how discreetly I said that. That's right. Hey, Maxwell, how's it going, bro? I've always liked that name, I always have. It's a good one. Maybe not always. As I've gotten older, though, I've learned to like the name Maxwell. Yeah, I saw some other live streams last night and stuff. James Von Maxwell, right? He's all over it. The hamster. Right? I don't know. The hamster is a symbol, right? A symbol of fucking running on that fucking wheel. Yeah. I was joking around. No, I think it was a gift, right? I think a very important person, gave him the gift of a hamster, and just like it has something to do with a king or something like that. I'd rather the devil. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, Jack. Okay? You're going to have to go we as men will have to go so strongly against this corrupt system that has enslaved us and does not value us, that we will become as strong as the devil himself. That given this circumstance, okay, we have been cast in the role of the devil. Nothing you do as a man will be good. Nothing you do to have a good life is good. our own morality system says that that's toxic and shameful and selfish and ambitious and rude and ego. Don't you see it? That men must die on the cross of being a good man. Oh, she's going to divorce you and take all your money and take your kids and make a mockery of you and live in your house. How do you feel about that? And the good man says, well, that's her choice. Well, that's what you got to do in the modern age. I'm not suggesting that you like go crazy and start beating people up. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you really feel like that's okay. And I know that you don't. So what's the deal? Why are you torturing yourself for not feeling like you should have sacrificed your whole damn life? When somebody treats you poorly and you want to smack them in the face or tell them to go to hell, and you say, oh, well, why do you feel like you're dirt? Why do you feel 2 inches tall? And is there any way that you could have expressed who and what you are and been true to yourself without losing the last 10%? Could you, being true to yourself without getting yourself hurt, be a way for you to take back another 5% maybe? We've given it up, right? That's what the mantra is, my friends. And it's been the mantra for thousands of years. It's the same. It's the same old song, I promise you. Give it up. Bend the knee. Don't be so egotistical. Check your privilege. Men have been oppressing women for thousands of years. You highly advanced technological societies are all based on imperialism. Give it up. You didn't earn it. None of it's yours. We're going to take it. And worse than that, you're going to endorse it. And that's going to enable us to take more. And you're going to enforce this morality on your neighbor. And you're going to compete with your neighbor to sacrifice the most to the group that is all based on sacrifice. And those in charge will not have much better, because it'll be a horrible world. It's a world of worshiping death. That's what it is. That's why you can do that to people, because they don't think they deserve to live. They don't think they deserve to have passion. They don't think they deserve to have feelings. They don't think they deserve to have ideas, because they've been shamed out of them. Don't do this to yourself. This is what the system does. I'm sorry. I don't mean to speak so harshly. Okay. Jesus Christ, we're dropping in. Listeners, I've dropped down to 29. At some point I was over 30. I'm failing. I'd rather the devil. I've lost my comments. I don't know. An all-knowing God knew which souls would disobey long before creating said souls. Yeah, right? There's some fundamental paradoxes in this whole system, isn't there, right? It's like, well, if you're God and you created everything and you know everything, then you know that I'm going to call bullshit. And you wanted me to. And there was no free choice in here, so don't be punishing me. Right? Don't punish me for anything. What a way to think, Here I am, here you are, here we are. And we actually think that somebody's in the sky watching us and going to punish us. Now, there might be, like a part of your consciousness that if you don't do right, will punish you. But is it the herd's morality? Like, if you don't go along with the herd morality, will you punish yourself? And I think you will. But what if you betray true human morality, which is what I'm trying to talk about, being true to yourself? What if you betray that? That's what I'm saying don't do. I'm saying don't betray that. Get back in touch with your passions. There's a picture on the front of the Bhagavad Gita. Now, I am not into Eastern religions. I used to be. I've studied them. I know them. I wouldn't say I know them, but I studied them. And I really liked them for a time. But now, no, I do not like them. They are not for us. They are largely death cults. They're almost all death cults. They worship death. But anyway, on the picture, on the cover of the Bhagavad Gita is, Anji, or Anjira, however you pronounce his name, riding in a chariot with God, Krishna in this case. And the chariot is being pulled by this really angry black horse and this really tempestuous white horse and this really disagreeable multicolored horse. And there might be another horse or two there. And these horses are mean and they are nasty. They are not good, nice, friendly horses. And these are the horses that pull the aspirant through life. And what are they? Their anger, their passion, their fear, their rage, their awe, their worship. They're all those great things that you think of. And you know who invented those things? You did. And do you know who's pretending that there's a separation between you and them? You did. And do you know who's making you feel shame and guilt for not living up to the highest of these ideals and in fact living deep in the basis of these ideas? Do you know who did that? It was the group and it was you. It was me. I did it. I went along with it. The group wanted it and I did it to get their approval, to be part of them. And all I betrayed was myself, my feelings, my truth, what I believed in. And I got paid. I made some money and I didn't get fired. Maybe the girl liked me. And I felt shame and I felt guilt at some deep level. But I looked away from that and I went to the next Harry Potter movie. And I didn't want to think about it. And now I'm old and I have never done anything, but I've seen a lot of Harry Potter movies. So don't do this to yourself. Don't identify with the group. Get back in touch with who you are individually. Learn what remember what it is you love. Love to love again. Doesn't matter what you love. As far as it makes you inspired, And I'm not saying love a woman. That's crazy. I hope you've learned better than that, right? Love an idea. Love a principle. Love a future. But pick it. Choose it. Make it yours. Right? As long as it's nobody else's. Don't become what your father wanted you to be, or your mother, or your girlfriend, or your brother, or your coworker, or your neighbor. Become what you want to be. Have the life that you want to have. Feel the joy that you want to feel. And don't be ashamed. So that's what I wanted to say. What's this, Lone Wolf? He says, more politicians getting worried men aren't getting married. Josh Hawley is a cuck. I don't know who Josh is. I don't know. I mean, yes, more men are not getting married. That's totally true. I don't know how worried the politicians are about it. Like, they seem to be delighting in it. There's a few countries that seem to be a little concerned. Like Japan might be a little concerned. Netherlands is concerned. They're begging the men to sleep with the women. Right? And that's your most, gynocentric feminist, area that you could be, and they have the worst population growth. Gee, I wonder why. Right? These things are not hard to figure out, The more entitled the women become, the less likely they are to want to be getting married, and the less that the men want to, hang out with them and get together with them. And so you build a technological society, right? So they don't need the men. All the resources are there. What they need to do is to demonize the men. What they need to do is to hold the men up as their enemy, as their opponent, and then attribute all bad, evil, negative things to them, all the not good things. Do you see? So that they can then hate them. and then that they can then overcome them and not feel any shame for it. This is what we do. Okay? Most of us, we do not care about right and wrong, good or evil. We just want what we want. And we pretend that it's the good thing and that the people who are opposed to this, they're the evil thing, doing the wrong thing. And then we indulge our hate. Ta-da! That's it. And the whole life goes by doing this, playing this game, lying to ourselves. Now, maybe you do hate them. That's fine. I don't care. I'm just saying don't game yourself. That's all I'm saying. Okay, what else is going on? Wrong is subjective, or subjective is wrong. The right thing for mine might be the end of yours. Exactly right. So this idea that there is this fundamental good that you need to subscribe to and prescribe to as a man, it's bullshit. It's a thing that they've been using to beat you over the head with. It's the stick that they're using to hit us with. Sometimes it is necessary for a good man to be a bad man. It's exactly right. If you can't be a bad man, then what the hell's going on? Then you can't be a good man, can you? If there's no choice, then what is it? If you did not choose this morality, if it was forced upon you, and you were coerced into accepting this morality, what is it? And what are you? Are you a man who made a choice? No. You're a person who was afraid and, didn't want to get hurt. So is it morality? Okay, I gotta go, people. We're gonna end it. Hold up. Sorry about that, MGTOW. Yep, I just got up and walked away. I had to. Am I back? Yeah, you guys can hear me. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm outdoors, kind of a homeless-like situation, support the Howard Dare channel. And, stuff happens out here, right? Like, you got to deal, and this is what life is like, okay? You don't get to choose your battles all the time, all right? It's like feminism is coming after the men. This woke leftist liberalism, this false liberalism, okay? It's coming, okay? It's here. We don't get to, this is like somebody picking up a stick and hitting you and saying, I'm going to ignore the stick. No, you're not. I mean, well, if you do, you're just going to get hurt. You're going to defend yourself. You're going to take that stick away from them. And then you're going to hit them with that stick. And they're going to learn their lesson to never hit you with a stick. Am I right?
Whatever you need, okay? Thank you. The biggest thing we need.
Thank you. So, yeah, as I was saying, stuff happens, right? So the truth is somebody wanted to smoke a joint with me. I did, right? What am I going to do, right? Oh, damn, I'm smoking a joint. Somebody's giving me some tobacco. And you know what I'm doing? I'm taking some of that tobacco. And I'm burying at the bottom of the tobacco the roach. Yeah. You want to learn how to speak Chinese? Okay. Repeat after me. Oh wa, just say it aloud. Tai gu, Siam. Okay? Say it again. Oh wa, Tai gu, Siam. Now say it again and say it quickly. Okay? Go ahead, say it a few times. Oh wa, Tai gu, Siam. All right. There you go. Anybody have any thoughts on how long is a Chinaman, which I put out there earlier at the beginning of the podcast? No thoughts? Anybody want to write anything on that? All right, so now you're speaking Chinese. And you know how long is a Chinaman. You know. Now I'm talking about herd slave morality and mentality and a consumer mindset, because this is, what we're in the grips of, and it's really tragic. I don't think that human beings are in touch with who they are anymore, with their own values, with what's important to them in life. And I think that this allows for the powers that be, kind of a controlling ruling class, to exploit us and for our lives to go down the drains while they make money. And that's what I feel. I feel that that's happening. And, as I look into it and I examine it, it is happening. I find more and more evidence of it, more and more confirmation of it. But am I just a crazy conspiracy theory person? You know what I mean? Like, if I just got a bug up my ass about, like, oh, dude, it's not fair. I didn't have a great life. I'm not Andrew Tate, right? There you go. I'm not. And so I'm pissed. That's right. I'm rolling a cigarette. Yeah, so I was going to say that, like, a homeless person came over to me and started a fight, and I had to go deal with it. And then I found out that they wanted to just have sex, and I was like, that's gross. That's disgusting. And then I was like, come on, man, be a good man, Like, they were, just some horrible, dirty person, some street person. And they were like, I want to have sex. And I was like, no, I don't want to have sex with you. And they were like, you're a bad person. You don't give to people. So, I had sex with them, what are you going to do, right? It's a homeless person. What are you going to do? You want to be a good man, right? No, they started a fight, like I said. But the truth is they only started the fight because they really just wanted to have the sex. But they couldn't really, get it up unless they maintained the violence. Yeah, what do you think about that, huh? Boom. I got you. I got you. Mm-hmm. Yes, what about the connection between sex and violence? I mean, aren't all the men out there just fantasizing about, a candlelight dinner, staring into her eyes, and then a long walk on the beach? I mean, isn't that, doesn't that get your blood pumping? But you're a good man. So I'm sorry, bro, but if you're a good man, then that's it. Okay. Candlelight dinner, long walk on the beach, staring into the eyes, long walk on the beach holding hands. And maybe a kiss goodnight. I don't know. It's not cheap either, because that's an expensive restaurant, and it's a nice beach. Yeah, I know you're excited, right? Man, I hope they don't, make this R-rated. I certainly hope that, that does it for you. I really do. Because if it doesn't, you're a bad man, right? And I can't go any other place than that, right? Because that would be wrong, wouldn't it? And yet, there isn't one person out of 1,000 that heard that and said to themselves, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. There isn't one woman out of 1,000 that heard that and said, yes, that's what I'm looking for. That's true. But why do I have to, and why do we have to pretend that that's the truth of it? And why would we feel shame when the truth of it is no. I like that hot, sexy girl that I don't even know who's dressed in those shorts. That's the one that I like. And she likes that big, strong guy that's got all that attention and money. She doesn't even know why. I don't even know why. I mean, we do, we don't have to know why, but we'll never act on that, would we? I mean, that would never be a good thing. That's a bad, evil thing. Never getting into heaven with that. Never getting into heaven with a good-looking woman, one that turns you on and stuff. You're a good man, so maybe you'll get together with an ugly woman. That's sacrifice. That means you're good. Yeah. And, like I said, if you need, 10% to live on and you can get by on 10%, then I guess you're really not sacrificing, are you? I mean, for you to be a good man, you're going to have to sacrifice until it hurts. So we're going to have to take more than 10%. I mean, we're going to, we can't leave you a full 10% of your own life. Whew. Thank God for good men. So like I said, you do have a small percentage of people that can actually tell you what's going on, but we destroy them. I would say Jordan Peterson is one of those types of people. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying you agree with him or that I fully agree with him. But I would say that, he was one of those people who tried to tell it like it is, how he sees it, not even like how it is. Because how can he, one man, know how it is? But he knows what he thinks and what he believes and what's true for him. And he's not being an asshole. And neither am I, and neither are you. And he said what he believed. And he was true to himself. And they tried to destroy him. And they tried to destroy me. And they tried to destroy you. And they tried to destroy any man or any person who actually says, hey, wait a minute. I got a question. And that is what I'm challenging you to do to yourself, not to them. They'll destroy you. The group will destroy you. I promise you. Well, wait a minute. No, I don't promise you they will destroy you. I mean, they will try to. Not that they will. I don't know, what you can do and what you're going into. They will try to. I guarantee you that. So say it to yourself. So when you're making these decisions, when you decide to click on the Howard Dare Cash App donation link and send over $5 or $20, when you decide to do that, okay, ask yourself why. Why did you decide it? Did God tell you to do it? Is it the good and the right thing to do? Or did you decide? And if you decided, then take ownership. That was one of your decisions. Because you decide your morality, not the group. Yeah, you got to go along. You know what I mean? Like you can't kill people. Unless they're trying to kill you. Excuse me. Back to the chat section, right? Like I'll lose my track, like I'm talking, I'm getting all worked up. It's like, we can't stand for this, and no more. The world is now going to, and then I lose my train of thought. It's like, well, what's going on in the comment section? What's this? Jack 27 says, grew up with a black church under my bedroom. Now can't stand religious music. Oh, that's too bad. That's kind of like a Clockwork Orange, right? Where, honestly, that's exactly what we're talking about, what I'm talking about, rather. A Clockwork Orange. That's what you are. That's what I am. That's what they have made of man. You will operate as they say. You will follow these rules. You will operate like a clock. But you're not a clock. You're an orange. You're a natural living thing. With your own emotions unto yourself, with your own mysteries of yourself, with your own personal revelations that have nothing to do with the outside world. You are an individual, natural thing. And you are of the species that can conceive of all other things. None of them can do that. I mean, I'm not saying infinity, but I am saying infinity. Whose idea was that? Oh, I must have gotten that idea from somebody, because I could have never come up with such a spectacular, noble, large idea. I mean, look up into the night sky. I would never get an idea like that. Thank God for good men and the priests, for giving us these visions. I've never had a vision. Have any of you had a vision? I've never had one. I've never been directly visited by God either. I've had what I think is the universe speaking to me. I really have. And sometimes it's spoken to me very directly and loud one time. One time I was only about maybe 10 or 11 years old, and I had decided to ride my bike from the San Fernando Valley to Newhall. This is a pretty long bike ride for a kid. This is over the mountains too. It's maybe 20, 30 miles, is what I was going for. And these are mountains. So I'm going over the mountains and I'm coming down on the other side of the mountain. And I'm coming around a corner and I'm going way too fast. I'm on just a little kid's bike, and I hear it, I feel it, and then I see it. A truck is coming, a diesel truck is steaming around the corner, okay? And I am coming way too fast into the corner. I know I'm going wide into that corner, into the face of that truck, right? So I slam on my brakes because I don't want to die. And my brakes break. The thing just snaps. You know how the brake was attached to the frame on those kids' bikes, right? Just a normal standard bike, right? Yeah, boom, snaps, because I just hit it way too hard, way too fast. Boom, it just breaks. And the pedals kick me, boom, straight up onto the handlebars. So now I'm screaming down this mountainside, out of control, on the handlebars, coming into the wheel of a diesel truck, okay? And I'm maybe 10 or 11 years old. And I say to myself, well, this is it. It's been a good run. I enjoyed it. Thank you. Good times. But now it's over. And I can't be too upset about it because it is what it is. And there's no point, there's no time. And then another voice in my head, I'm not saying it was God, I'm not saying what it was. It said, no. It said, not like that. You can die, but you can't willingly die. And so I threw my bike onto the ground, okay, and I slid out of the path of the diesel truck onto the side of the mountain, right? And now I'm going towards the side of the mountain. And realize this whole time there's a construction crew right around this corner, and they're seeing all of this, right? So there's like 10 or 15 guys watching this, working men. So I throw my bike down onto the ground. I'm sliding across the fucking road. I'm now sliding across towards the fucking mountainside, right? I'm going to go off the side of the mountain. But I don't. I roll and tumble, and I fucking come to a stop, right? And you know what the men did? The men applauded. The men started whooping and hollering, woo, yeah, yeah. And you know what I did? I got up, I dusted myself off, I picked up my bike, and I continued on. So I don't know if God was talking to me that one time, but it seemed like he was. There was another time this is a good story, and some of you haven't heard it. Oh boy. Yeah, so I'm coming home from my friend's house, okay? And I guess I'm 12 years old. I guess I'm 12 or 13 at this time. And I am fucking wasted, okay? I have been smoking all day long Thai stick. Some of you don't know what Thai stick is, but some of you do. Some of you older guys will know what Thai stick was. And truth be told, I don't really like Thai stick. I never did, because it would just lay me the fuck out. You know what I mean? I wasn't getting high with the munchies. I was getting fucking like laid out with like, the room is spinning. I don't want to stand up. I feel like I just ran 5 miles and I can't catch my breath, kind of, like that's what I feel like. Like I can catch my breath, but it's like, that's what the Thai stick would make me feel like. And I wasn't feeling well to begin with. And we were smoking out of our bongs, okay? I had built the bongs. And the bongs were a 2-foot, 2-inch wide lead pipe, okay? With a hole drilled down towards the bottom, and then one drilled a little bit above that in the back as a carburetor. Take a plastic tube, stick it down in the one hole, take a bong bowl, put it into the plastic tube, put the water into the lead pipe. There it is, 2-foot lead pipe. Okay, so that's what I'm smoking with, and I'm walking home carrying that shit. It's in my jacket. I've got it, in my jacket. I'm holding it in my jacket pocket, and it's going up back behind my shoulder. And this is how we would go around town, right? We would hitchhike around town with our bongs. We had 2 of them, me and my friend, and we would get in the car, and say, "Where are you going?" And they'd say, "I'm going up to Victory Boulevard." And then you'd drop the fucking bong, the 2-foot lead pipe, right? And, you'd say, "Well, I'm going up to Ventura Boulevard." And they'd be like, "Well, I suppose I can take you all the way." So no, they were funny. We were just kids. So I'm wasted, and I'm walking home, and I get surrounded by a pack of fucking dogs, okay? And I know these dogs. These dogs are neighborhood dogs, you know what I mean? And I'm in a bad place. I am out in front of their house, which is just a fucking empty lot, with this. There's all these really nice apartment buildings, okay? This is where I'm hanging out with my friend. But then you go down the block back towards my house, right? I'm just a kid, my parents' house. And you got to walk through this like 1-acre lot that's just got this one little wooden, chipped, painted shack on it, okay? And that's where the dogs live. So right next to that is another house, exactly the same, 1 acre, okay? Maybe it's a half an acre, but it's long. It's like, I don't know, maybe it's like, 400-500 feet wide, but like 1,000 feet deep, right? So there's another one right next to it. And then there's a field right next to that that is basically the size of those two houses put together, okay? And then right next to that is another big apartment complex. Okay, so I'm coming past this first house, and these dogs surround me, and I'm wasted, and they're biting at my heels. Okay, and I don't want to do it, but I'm gonna swing the bong, at the dogs before they bite me, and I'm all messed up, so I'm swinging, and I can't hit that dog to save my fucking life. Two of the dogs are surrounding me. Okay, but it's one dog, it's the littlest dog actually, that's jumping in and trying to bite me. Okay, so I'm swinging this really heavy 2-foot bong at him, this lead pipe. And I can't hit him to save my life. In the time that I go to swing at him, he jumps away. And then by the time I finish the swing, he jumps back in and is biting at me, okay? The other two dogs, they're not attacking. They're threatening to attack and circling. And I am backing away, step by step. Swing, swing, swing. Take a step back, right? Swing, swing, take a step back, right? I've got two 400-foot houses in front of me with it looks like it's the middle of the Ozarks. You know what I mean? This is like, bad area. And then I've got an empty field that's 1,000 feet deep. Okay. Unfortunately, that's the way to my house. That's the shortcut to my house, is to cut across that field. Okay. And I'm so wasted that I actually do it. Right. I get myself past the two houses. Now I'm crossing into the field with the dogs biting, swinging the lead pipe while I'm wasted. 12 years old. And I'm thinking, I'm not going to make it. I foolishly backed into the field. And these dogs, I'm getting so tired. I'm tired to begin with. These dogs, they're going to get me. They're going to get a bite in here pretty soon. And then the other ones are going to jump in, and they're going to come from the back. And then I'm going to hit the ground. And then they're going to rip and tear. And then I'm, going to get ripped to pieces, or they're just going to have their fun and then move on. Either way, it's bad for me. And, I'm fighting. And I get, like halfway through the field. And, I realize, how screwed I am. Incidentally, this field would occasionally have plants growing in it that we would let grow to maturity and steal the buds. So I'm backing across the field halfway through, knowing I made a mistake, thinking I'm not going to make it. I get myself to about 3/4 of the way, and I say, that's it. I'm done. I can't go anymore. I'm going to quit. And that's when the voice came again. And it was the same, it was a very similar voice, and it said the same thing. And it said, you may go. You might not make it here, but you're not going to do it willingly. You're not going to give up. Okay? So go ahead and keep fighting, and fight until you drop. Fight until you die. And that's okay. And if you do, that's what it is. But not if you give up. And that was the voice of God that's the 2 times I thought I've heard it. Like I wasn't looking for it, and, boom, this other voice came into my head. Now, we could say that was my own nature, couldn't we? We could say that was my own will to survive, my own will to power. Yes, that's exactly what it was. So, going back to Wireless Plum is here. How's it going, bro? I appreciate that. A wireless plum. Yeah, I was just talking about a Clockwork Orange, because that's really what they want of us. They want us to be a clockwork machine, but we're not. We're natural human beings with feelings, with emotions, with passions. They don't conform to good. They don't conform to right. They don't conform to the group. They don't conform to the herd mentality. They don't conform to the consumer mindset. And if they do, and if you let them, you will lose who and what you are. So that's what I wanted to say. Right? You like it? I like that. What's this? And I'm not even going to try to pronounce your name, my friend. Gugado. Ikamala. The AI is coming. It doesn't matter how good you are. It will not help you. We humans will deal soon with another problem. A woman will be a child play. They are games to keep us busy. Yeah, no doubt, right? Like, this is just diversion. This is just, distraction. This is just a probing attack to see what's going on here, right? The real system is a much deeper, system. And, you can call it AI. I think when you say AI, people automatically assume, robot control. No, it doesn't have to be that at all. It could be an expert system. It could be democracy. It could be the greatest wisdom of all for the greatest good of all. Because you're a good man and you could be forced into these decisions. You have been. And it's the proper system. And yes, eventually, of course, we will completely automate it and systemize it. Of course we will. And then you can call it a robot and be like, yeah, it's AI. But it's AI already. What is woke cultural mindset? I mean, it's a virus. It's a disease. It's a, fanaticism. It's a mind virus. Very much like a meme and very much like a biological virus. And it infects the minds of very weak people, consumers, who have no identity of their own, who have given up their own passions, their own truths, their own beliefs, to get along with the group and to not cause waves and to be a good man and to be a good woman, to be a good person. Because we're all the same and we're all equal. And of course, that means that nobody is special. And you're all champions and you all get a trophy and you all get a gold star. But that means that none of you are champions and none of you have a gold star. And there won't be any place for envy or jealousy or hatred or violence or anger, because those things are not good. They are not of God. They are not of the perfect future. They are not of the perfect utopia that we are building. And that you can't be opposed to that, even if it means the complete value of your life just gets sucked away. You can't oppose that. Feminism is about equality. You're for equality. Like what a simple, basic, fucking mind game that one is, right? You believe in the happiness of mankind, right? Well, we need you to sacrifice everything for the happiness of mankind, right? It's like, it's not the happiness of mankind. It's the happiness of this person who's saying it. It's just what they want in that moment. Okay, so are you going to let that be the deciding factor in your life? In your hopes and your dreams? Are you going to allow that to dictate what it is you even look to find value in? Yeah, so I survived. I survived the bike, right? This is when I was 10 years old. I survived the dogs when I was 12 years old. Yeah, I've had many others, right? But I guess like in both of those instances, I had kind of like decided to give up. You know what I mean? And no, nature did not allow. My own something within me said, no. You might fall, you might not make it, but not because you just gave up. And because I wasn't quite there yet. I thought I was, and this is what happens in martial arts training at a certain level. Japanese swordsmanship. Before you could get the scroll of the secret hidden techniques of the school, and they are hidden, they must remain secret. Okay, they're you can't even name them. You have to call them things like the 3-crane cutting stroke. Okay, you can't even say what they are. Before you can get that, before the school, before the master will give you that, you have to go through a bit of an ordeal. I guess it's kind of like a kumite, right? I forget exactly what it's called, so don't get offended for those of you who do know what it is. But it's a tournament. It's like a 3-day tournament where you have to fight everybody, one after another. And yeah, you do get to go home at night, maybe, and sleep for a few hours. That's it. Okay, and it kills people. It destroys people. They're piss and blood, and they can't make it. And that's what it's designed for. It's designed to get them to physically say to themselves, I cannot make it. I'm at my limit. That's it. Physically, I'm done. That's what it's designed to do. And then, when the man is there, one second, please. When he can go no further, and he has reached his limit, and he is going to collapse, and he wants to quit, when he's been through all of it, now we send in the cheater, the one who will actually kill him. Not a game anymore, my friend. No, this person is a cheater. They will stab you in the throat with a wooden knife. They will hit you in the head and they will break your skull. They will hit you in the ribs. They will break your ribs. They will destroy your internal organs. They're a cheater. They like it. And they're better than you. And they're not tired. You are going to die. And you are physically at your end. And this is on purpose. And the question, of course, becomes, can the individual now summon the mental, the spiritual, the energy to lift themselves up physically and to fight and to defend when they're at that stage? Because you have to. If you don't, this person is going to hurt you now. This isn't a game anymore. This is life and death now. And you're at the end. What have you got? Is there a voice within you that says, get up and fight and die if you must? Or do you just give up? That's the question. And it's a part of nature. It's a part of your nature to want to be alive. You've seen this in movies. You know what I mean? This is part of the hero's journey. This is part of the story. He fails. They perverted the hero's journey, but, that's what it is, okay? It's the sheltered youth whose life is destroyed, who is called to the adventure. He answers the adventure. He doesn't want to, but he does. There are subtle tests of his character along the way. Perhaps he will meet an old woman that disgusts him, that everybody shuns. And perhaps she will ask for his help, this young hero. Will he help her? Or is he too important? Because she's not a meaningless old woman. She is, in fact, a hidden god. And we need to know, will he help her? And you will help her. Because you really are a good man. And you might, and you should, find an older man who knows a little bit more about what you're doing. Maybe you're going to fight a beast in the jungle. Maybe it's a dragon. Maybe it's Darth Vader. Maybe it's your stepfather. Maybe it's a bully on the playground. And you find this teacher, this older person, this blacksmith, this person who once fought the dragon themselves. And they teach you, and they equip you. And the hero goes out to face the dragon. And he is prepared, and he is ready, and he is confident, and he is worthy, and he is good. And he loses. He escapes with his life if he's lucky. And he probably loses the girl too. And he is filled with shame. Hopefully he helped that old lady. You gotta hope he helped that old lady at this point. Because he wants to quit. He wants to give up. It's too hard. He doesn't have the skills. He really doesn't. What does he do? Does he run away? Does he go back and find the old man who taught him? Because the old man has no more to teach him. The old man has taught him everything he knows. Know all you need to know to be a Jedi now. He has to rebuild. He has to now find the right reasons. He has to now find the right morality. Not the one that was given to him by the group, but the one that he really feels. The one he really feels. Not the one he thinks, but the one he feels. Perhaps he'll get a vision. Perhaps it'll be of an ancestor. Perhaps he'll see something in the sky. Perhaps, you ready for this? Because it's real. Perhaps he'll see a beautiful woman. Perhaps he'll see a woman that isn't all that beautiful, but she's beautiful to him. Perhaps he will see one of the ugliest women you have ever seen, but to him, he plans a future with her. Now he goes out and faces the dragon again with his new tools, with his new motivation. He's lost before. He's failed before. He gave up. He ran away. He had to. But now he comes back with renewed purpose and renewed vigor and renewed tactics and plans. And you know what? He might not even care if he makes it out of this one. He's not running away this time. And he knows that he might not make it. And he's going to get tested to the full level. And only then. And guess what? Sad story. He doesn't make it. He dies. Sorry. But his brother picks up the gauntlet. No, he doesn't make it either. He dies. And now the son of a brother picks up the gauntlet. Nah, he doesn't make it either. He dies. They all write about it, though. They all tell their story. And then one of them comes along, maybe the 10th or 20th one, and he studies all the other ones. And there's no reason why he should be able to do it. But he gets it done, you know. And having gotten it done, he comes home. And guess what? In the story, he gets the girl. And he builds the future. Or he vanquishes the evil and the kingdom, you know, can prosper. Or he gets his revenge. Ideally, it's about him, okay? Because he comes back to the village and then he shares the experience so that the others can learn. It took 20 generations, okay? This is something that the people want. This is something that they care deeply about. They may not understand it. It's taken 20 generations. But it's a fundamental part of, you know, who and what these people are. It's a nice story, isn't it? You know what I mean? I like stuff like that. Yeah, but we don't have nothing like that going on now, do we? No, this is fantasy I'm talking about. I'm talking about make-believe fantasy. I'm talking about, you know, some lost youth, some young person, or, you know, just any person lost in life, no meaning, no purpose, watching it all fall apart, knowing that it's going to end. And then perhaps misblaming certain people, certain groups, wasting their energy. But then maybe after some effort, they get it right. They find the old man, the teacher, who can teach them a little bit more than their father taught them. who could teach them a little bit more than their first high school coach taught them, who can teach them now what they need to know to go to the next level. This is a hard coach. Life is hard. Yeah, it's all make-believe and fantasy, though, right? I mean, could you learn? Like, if you went through some hard times in life as a man in this day and age, could you learn from some other men who have been through similar hard times and have made it through? You know, because like in the stories, 20 generations, I told you, just couldn't do it. But eventually, you know, in the story, make-believe, fantasy, you know, somebody does it. Do you think maybe there's people in this world who have men who have developed the life that you want to have? And I don't just mean like the stuff. I mean, you know, the type of person that they are, the shit that they do every day, you know, their attitude, stuff like that. You know, it's like good to get through life with that. You think there's people, you know, there's people out there like that. Of course there are, right? Some of my best friends in life, I've asked myself this, you know, my people I really liked hanging out with, what was it about them that I liked, you know, that made me feel good hanging out with them? And the truth is, they were willing to be themselves. They were true to their passions, to their feelings. They didn't need to explain life. They didn't need to have it explained to them. They didn't need the Bible to tell them right and wrong. They weren't bad people. They weren't trying to hurt anybody or anything like that. But they wanted to feel good in life. You know, they liked to dance. They liked to have a good time. They liked to party. And I liked hanging out with them because when I was hanging out with them, it was okay for me to, you know, be who I am, to feel the shit that I feel, to fucking have a good time because they were able to do it. So those were my best friends, right? One of them, Jason Chamley, the third of Frothingham. That's what he called himself. That's from The Hobbit. Okay. I don't know. That's about 14, maybe, you know, 13, maybe he was 15. But he taught me martial arts. You know, he taught me how to spar. We would spar Taekwondo, full contact. Well, no, not full contact sparring. You know, I mean, you're sparring, so you're not trying to hit the person. But, you know, it happens from time to time. Yeah, you don't hurt your sparring partners. Okay, a sparring partner is a very valuable thing. There is strength in weakness, and there is weakness in strength sometimes. Okay, so if you've got your sparring partner, okay, you're not trying to hit him in the face, or at least not, you know, I mean, there might be times when you are, you know, but that's a different situation. No, generally, you know, you're trying out your moves and stuff like that. So in that case, strength would be to hold back your strength. So he taught me martial arts, Taekwondo and fighting, which was good. You know, now my father had taught me too. And he had taught me some good stuff too. I was a kid and I was getting in fights, you know, maybe 7 or 8 years old. I was getting in fights with another kid, 7 or 8 years old. Maybe he was 8 or 9. And, you know, I said, what do I do, Dad? What do I do? He gets on top of me and he puts his, you know, he puts his knees on my arms. How do I get out of this? My father is a world-class Olympic champion weightlifter wrestler. Okay, that's what he is. And he says to me, he says, okay, here's what you do. When he gets on top of you like that, you lift up your hips and you tuck one of his legs underneath your hips. And then with the other leg, you push up as hard as you can and you roll over as hard as you can. And you use your arm to push him on the side of his neck. You use leverage to get him off from on top of you. I said, okay. And we tried it out a few times. You know, I'm like 7 years old and, you know, he was a full-grown strong man and we're wrestling. And I learned the technique. And then he says, and then you get on top of him and you put your knees on his arms. And then you take your fists like this and you just start hitting him in the face. Right? That's what my father told me. So sure enough, it happens. It's been happening every day for, the last 2 weeks. So it's happening. And, sure enough, the technique works, right? Like I get some, I get his, leg tucked underneath my hip. I lift up the opposite hip. I roll over on it. I push him at the neck and the head. And, he's just another 9-year-old, 7 or 8-year-old kid. He rolls right over and I get on top of him. And I put my knees on his fucking arms and I make my hands into fists. And I think to myself, am I really supposed to hit this kid in the face? Because he never did that to me. He would just get on top of me and fuck with me, right? Just give me a hard time. I said, well, my father told me to. So sure enough, I ball up my fists. And I just start beating the kid in the face. Sorry about that. And yeah, I fuck him up pretty bad. He's all fucked up. And I'm like, yeah, that'll fucking show you, right? I got blood on my hands and everything. He's stumbling away. He's not even like, I'm kind of better. No, he's just like he's stumbling away for his life. And I just go about my day. I don't know, about 10, 15 minutes later, I'm out on the street, right? And his big sister is coming towards me. And she's, I'm just a 7 or 8-year-old kid. She's like a 14-year-old. So she's big. And she's got a bullwhip. And she knows how to use that bullwhip. So she starts cracking that bullwhip near my face, right? She's about, 10 feet out. I got nothing, right? Like I'm not heading into it, right? But I'm not running for my life either. And I got this bullwhip snapping in my face. She's like, what did you do to my brother? And I'm like, he started it. And he did. He had started it. Right. But maybe I had gone a little too far. In any case, I do not see myself overpowering the 14-year-old girl with the bullwhip. And she's coming. And for some reason, I'm not running. Oh, yeah, okay. You know why I'm not running? Because I feel perfectly justified. I feel that he'd been bullying me for ages and, he had it coming. So she's getting real close to my face. And I don't know what I'm going to do. And at the last moment, guess what happens? My big sister comes into the picture. Okay. She's also about 14 years old. She goes, she's the same size and grade as the other girl. And I'm like, oh, fuck, man. I don't want to see my big sister get hurt, even though I'm, littler and I want help, it's my sister, right? She is fucking fearless, okay? She doesn't flinch. There isn't a single pause or moment of doubt in her at all. She is pissed. Somebody was threatening her little brother with a dangerous bullwhip, right? She walks right into the fucking whip situation, okay? It's cracking, it's around, it's not going directly at her, but it's close by. She walks right over fucking there, fucking grabs the girl, fucking grabs the whip, fucking rips it out of her hand. I don't know if she hits her or pushes her or anything like that. I feel like she may have pushed her a little bit and then, walks away, with the whip. I think she just, and then, after she gets a certain distance away, she just throws it away. But that was my big sister. Mm-hmm. She was a good big sister. I lost her to fucking drug addiction, Drug addiction is a horrible thing. We talk about, the men committing suicide and the homelessness and the joblessness, but we rarely talk about the drug addiction and the accidental, overdoses, right? They're not accidental, guys, I mean, if somebody's going out and getting high, 5 nights out of the week, and they're doing it for, months and years at a time. And then one night they go too far, something bad happens, or they get the wrong thing, or, just something happens, and they accidentally overdose. Was that an accident? They've been doing it every night for the last, for years. Was it an accident? It wasn't an accident. Oh, they didn't mean for that to happen. What do you think is going to happen after 100 times? And you're doing more and more each time. The person's doing more and more each time. So what I'm saying is that drug addiction is another form of male abuse, and the system abusing, the women too. Look, the women are screwed, right? The women are getting fat. The women are, oh man, they've got all kinds of psychological, emotional problems. The men aren't chasing after them nearly as much. It's not like they can't get laid, because it's not like men will, turn down sex, but holy shit, I've only got 16 people in the house. What the fuck's going on? I'm sorry, I'm joking around, people. It's cool. I get lost on these stories. I've been going on for hours here, but I just wanted to hang out. It's like, what am I going to do, right? Let's see what Wireless Plum says. 10 million per day to Israel. We don't have a choice. If you work a job, you are paying for Israel to get bigger, even though they killed so many Americans and had a part in 9/11. It's beyond pathetic. Well, I don't know individually about Israel, but yes, this idea of us, our leaders telling us where we need to fucking, put our resources and our money because of, this is the good and the right thing to do. Good and right thing for who? Bullshit. You did not decide, okay? Now, if you had decided, had they come to us and they said, look, Israel is a Western democracy like us, and it's the only one in the area, okay? We want to help them so that we've got a place that we can go and that we can, trade lines, airplane landings, all stuff like that. Because we can work with these people, but we can't necessarily work with these other people, okay? We want to send all this money over to them. Let's vote on it. Or are you willing to do it? Check this mark next to your paycheck, okay? If they did that, and some people decided to do that, that's fine. That's great. That's people deciding what's important to them and then doing it. And I've got no problem with that on whatever side, whether it be good or evil or right or wrong or happy or sad or big or small or bright or dark. I don't really care. I just care that they have the individual rights to fucking do it. Okay? Because if you get me in a system where I've got that, I'll be just fine. And I've got no worries about, putting it to the test and fighting it out. But if you corrupt that system, if you take that money from me, if you tell me that the only way for me to be a good man is for you to take 70% of my income and the structure around me for the infrastructure of my life to some cause that you bullshittedly made up, that you are using like a weapon to hold it over our heads, to make us feel shame and guilt, to steal from us, then that system is corrupt and it must come down. It must be broken. We must overcome it, okay? I don't know if we can fix it. I don't know if we have to. But I do know that you have to save yourself, that you can't sacrifice your life to your government, to your church, to your school, to your job, to your parents. Now, if you want to choose to do it, go ahead and do it. It's your choice. But you don't have to. For your wife, if you choose to do it, fine. A man chooses. A slave obeys. And when you do it, and you didn't want to do it, you've compromised your own soul, haven't you? Guilt and shame. I don't think they should have gotten any of that money. I don't agree with their cause. I don't believe in their principles and their values. I don't believe in the future that they want to create. I don't want to support it. We're not allowed to make that decision. We're taking 70, 80% of everything in your life, and we're giving it away to causes that we've decided are good. Not you. Do you understand the difference? If you decide to do these things, you can do these things, but you decide. You choose. Let's say you've got some money. Let's say you've got $10,000 saved up in the bank, and your good friend comes to you, okay, and he says, I've lost my job. I've had a car accident. I had to spend a couple of weeks in the hospital. I don't have enough for this month's rent. I don't have enough for this month's food and bills. Can you loan me a couple $1,000s? I'm going to heal up. I'm going to get back on my feet. Can you afford to do it? And, if you don't do it and you can't do it, it's okay. I understand. But this is my situation, and I had to ask you. You know what I care about, what I'm about. Think about it and let me know. Now, if you choose to do that, good for you, bro. That's fine. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. I mean, if you want to do that, boom, that's your money. You're allowed to do that for your reasons. And ideally, you help your friend out, and your friend gets back on his feet, and he pays you back. Or if you run into a little trouble, he helps you out. But what if we come to you and we say, there's some new people in the neighborhood. You don't know them. They don't know you. I think one of their kids might have bullied your kid on the playground, but I don't know. We're going to take 20% of your earnings and your family's money and the food and the warmth and the comfort from you and your home, and we're going to take it from your community, and we're going to give it to these new people because we think it's the good thing and the right thing to do. We think this will move us towards a future utopia that God would approve of. And you're like, I got no problem with the idea, but I can't afford it right now. I just helped out my friend. And if you try to take 20% from me, I won't make it. And they're like, yeah, but you're a good man, right? And you're like, yeah, I'm a good man. And it's not just them, it's everybody, okay? Everybody in the community, all the women, all the kids, all the children, all the fucking doctors, all the people. You're a good man, aren't you? And, yeah, it's like, I'm a good man, but I still don't want to give over my, this 20% that I need. And they're like, well, that makes it all the more, of a sacrifice on your part. I mean, that means you're a really good man because it hurts. Because we're taking it anyway. You don't have a choice here. But you're a really good man. And now, of course, time passes and we need, government powers that be. They need more money. They need, some more stuff. And they come, and they say, we need another 20%, and you're like, no, really, man, that'll kill me. And they're like, wow, you must be a really, really, really good man. You're like a saint. Because we're taking it anyway, even if it kills you. How do you feel about that, pal? Seriously, I mean, that's exactly what they're saying. How do you feel about that, pal? Because you know how you better feel about it, right? I mean, if you're a good man, you're a saint. It's going to cost you your life and everything that you've ever dreamed about and hoped for. It's only, 50 or 80 years. It's just one life. You're a really, 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 really good person. because you sacrificed everything. Man, wow. You've got some giant reward coming your way. Congratulations. And, I don't mean to spoil the ending for you, but, you die, you pass on, but the heavens open up and, trumpets play and, you get to feel just all these good, great things that you've always dreamed of feeling that you've never actually felt in your human life, but you get to feel them now. I mean, you've arrived, you know what I mean? It's finally, it's the becoming, it's the arriving, it's what all that sacrifice was for. But is it? Do you get to enjoy any of that? You don't. It's not you. You're gone. You sacrificed everything. Yourself. You sacrificed yourself because you're that good. And the people approve of you that much. So I'm saying it's a false morality. I'm saying it's bullshit. I'm saying these people aren't fit to tie their own shoes. Seriously, okay? It's a death cult. They worship death. They seek their own death. They are ashamed of being alive. They haven't earned it. They haven't been true to their feelings, to their passions, to their truths, to themselves, to their soul, to their God. They sold all of that to be part of the group and to get stuff and to get along and to be a good person. Sorry. So that's the game. You know what I mean? That's what's being played. And we do it to ourselves psychologically. I'm just some base man. I need you to click on my CashApp donation link. I need to buy a razor. I need to buy some cigarettes. I'd like to get a soda. I'd like to get a jacket. I'd like to get a long sleeve shirt. Sorry. But, I'm this very idealistic, noble, virtuous content creator who speaks to men. And yes, I speak to women. I speak to people about finding meaning and purpose in their lives, about not becoming lost in a consumer society with identity politics, with mass communication, where it's designed so well that there's no way that any human being could free themselves from the grip of this slave consumer morality. There's no way. Well, yeah, 1 out of a million, right? But it's like the Matrix. Nobody makes their first jump. Everybody falls for this system. Everybody sells their soul to this system. Now, not everybody, but, enough so that I'm talking 1% that make it through. Everybody else, 99%. And for every advantage that the system gives you, it closes off access to your own mind, to your own soul, to your own personality, to your own life force. And it's a compromise, and it's a game that we play. So again, here I am, this basic guy who wants a cigarette, wants a soda, and wants to keep warm, wants to get laid too. I like affection. I'm not saying that I'm, chasing after women or anything like that. I'm just saying I like human affection, and preferably, from a high status, attractive woman too. I mean, just go ahead and toss it my way. No, not really. So I have all these wants and needs, and I'm just this basic kind of animal person, and I get angry, and I get my feelings hurt, and I get jealous. But I'm not supposed to feel any of those things because I'm supposed to be a good and godly man, and I'm supposed to sacrifice everything, and I'm not supposed to have anything for myself, and I'm never supposed to care about myself. Now, I do embrace a stoic lifestyle, a stoic mindset. I do believe in conflict, in struggle, in obstacles, in overcoming, and I enjoy it. I embrace it. To me, it feels good, you know. As I said, testosterone is the hormone of making effort feel good. Okay? So the hard part of life is a big dopamine hit for me because I know that it's making me stronger to deal with obstacles. I'm not praying to be happy and to feel joy or for things to be easier. I'm praying to be stronger and better and smarter and more capable of dealing with the world and making my way in the world and securing my place and my future and my prosperity and my dreams and my hopes in the world. Sorry, sometimes I go too far. And I'm interested in helping other people achieve that for themselves as well. That's pretty good, right? I mean, even though, I'm just this lowly piece of shit that, wants to eat and be warm and be appreciated in the group and, even, biological affection and things like that, even though I am that. And I, get my feelings hurt and my ego gets worked up and I get jealous and envious. I hate certain things, not because they're deserving of hate, but simply because they oppose me, and I like to cast them in this way so that I can, pretend that I'm all good and everything that opposes me is all evil. So even though I do that, I still have some decent, lofty, noble stuff going on there. I do. One sec, please. So what am I? Am I the lowly person that wants to keep warm and get food and have a cigarette and be valued and appreciated by the people around me and be true to myself? Am I just that? Is that all I am? Is that all that life is? Or what about those other things, where I want to build a good life? I want to be true to this force that's within me, that's saved me many times. Am I that? Am I the person who thinks about those two things and says, what the fuck should I do now? Am I that? I'll tell you what I'm not, okay? I am not exclusively the lowly animal that wants to keep warm, that resents people who have jackets and nice cars, and is angry that a pretty woman isn't complimenting him. That's not all I am. That's there. It's there. Damn right it's there. And it might be my best part. It might be the very part that a human being needs to drive them through life, to lift them out of this animal existence. And that might be the actual definition of good, not this group slave mindset where I have to sacrifice everything and feel shame and guilt for everything that I feel and everything that I'm not, or rather everything that I'm told that I'm not. But if I'm not these good, noble, virtuous things that I aspire to, what is that, God? Is that God inside of me hanging out? Because it can't be me, right? Because I'm just animal. I'm just a guy. I'm just this physical form. I'm just like, a clock or a car or an orange or an orange that has been made into a clock. Actually, that is what I'm very much like, because I had all those feelings, right, that were so, very useful, so fundamental to who and what I am, even though they are held in such low regard. I am that thing. But I'm also all those ideas. And I'm also the thing that looks at all of those two things. And I'm even more than that. And so are you. We've been sold a lie, okay, that we are not good, when they defined good as of service to them. And they are not evil. They are just a conglomeration of interests. They are the group. They are the herd. And there are advantages in the numbers, especially in a technological society. But if you give up who you are, well, then what do you have? Now you do have to give up, and you do have to sacrifice, and you do have to struggle, and you do have to go through pain. But that's nothing for the right reason, for something that you believe in. I have no problem doing this for MGTOW. This isn't hard work for me. This isn't, oh, poor Howard Dare. Poor Howard Dare had 75,000 subscribers. And the whole thing got taken away from him. And now he doesn't have that. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not here to get 75,000 subscribers and keep them interested. I would have to show TikTok videos of dancing girls and get all mad at them because I don't have a harem of them. And because people have thwarted my efforts to get everything I want, they are evil. They are bad people. And I am a good person. So, this terrible bullshit drama that we put ourselves through. We are human, and we are divine. We are noble, we are virtuous, and we are animals. And you can embrace that. You can live that. But if you just want to be a good man that the group likes, then you're gonna die on that cross. And I don't want that. I don't want that for me. I don't want that for you. I don't want that for anybody. What a world we could have, right? Individual people doing their thing, pursuing their interests, not hurting other people, being productive, offering value to the world, getting value back from the world. Sure, we'll help out some of the people who need help. Somebody falls down, needs some help. Sure, absolutely. Some people need care. They're never, going to amount and do much. We'll figure out something decent and humane, for them to live out their lives and as good as they can make it, But it's not our job. Our job is to have our own good lives. And, part of that is probably helping out those people too. I'd feel like shit, old people dying on the streets, dumb people dying on the streets. I'd feel terrible. I don't want that. No. So of course we build institutions. We make things to make this positive difference in the world. But of course, they're corrupt. They become corrupted because we are corrupt. But it's not bad. It's really not. I mean, think about this. Do you really want a world where everybody is good? Nobody will ever do anything wrong. Only people exactly like you are getting into heaven. Okay? Anybody who doesn't sacrifice as much as you did, how could they be good? So it's all sacrifice to all things forever for all people. And that is your greatest good. But of course, that's hell. That's a living nightmare. That's what we're moving towards. That's what's going on. That's the correction that you as an individual have to make. I don't think we can fix society. I don't know that the millions of people will steer themselves right, but individually, yeah. Yeah. Jack 27 says, I am not a good man. No, Jack 27, I am not a good man either. And I am proud to not be a good man, not by their definition. Wireless Plum says, my mom called the cops on me a few days ago when she was drunk and tried to send me to jail, even though I committed no crime or did anything wrong at all. The cops are so gynocentric, it's laughable. Yeah, laughable. It's tragic. It's disgusting. That we will serve a lie and falsehood because hidden agenda. We want to get laid. We want to, take care of the women folk. Wireless Plum also says, if being a good man is bowing down to a gynocentric mafia and working yourself to death like a slave, then I'm not a good man. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Wireless Plum. That's all I was trying to get across, man. That's it. If being a good man means you have to sacrifice everything in life and that you can't have any of the things that make you appreciate life, then don't be a good man, because that's not being a good man. That's being a slave and a servant. That's being cannon fodder. That's throwing your life away for a morality that was imposed upon you, that was designed not to help you, not to build a better world, but to enslave you. And bad news, you're doing it to yourself. The system has tricked us to do it to ourselves. So think about your moral decisions. Israel is a perfect example. Don't get all angry and, full of hate or, silly history ideas. Don't do that. No. Analyze it. Make a moral decision. Decide good and evil. Decide right and wrong based on your values, based on your ethics, based on your view of the world. Oh, you haven't developed your own view of the world? Oh, you've just taken the group's idea of the world? Well, they were wrong. They were just masses of people who wanted it easy. You're not getting into the gates of heaven with that. You will not let you in to heaven if all you did was what the group told you. Even if it was the right thing, because you didn't decide to do it, did you? And if we force you to do it, like we're going to take away 80% of your life and the resources of your life and make you work for nothing, and if you don't go along with it, we're going to take away another 10%. I'm sorry. This is where I kind of get lost sometimes. So I don't want to complain. I just want to say that there's a nasty, terrible trick going on. We do it to ourselves. It's really easy to play it on the women and the children and the people who are scared and needy. You need stuff. You feel stuff. That's good. Take care of it. That's good. Don't make sacrifices to things that you don't believe in. But you're going to have to decide if you believe. And that's not going to be easy. Because honestly, people have been told, you do what the group tells you to do, and you'll get into heaven. And I don't even think you'll have a good life. You know what I mean? I think you'll have betrayed yourself and compromised yourself to the group. I think you will never discover yourself. I think that there will be no-go zones, dead zones in your own body because you don't want to go there. Because And I don't mean you, I mean me. I mean, man. I mean, I know this is true for me. So when I'm saying this, I mean, this is true for me. This is how I see it. This is how I experience it. Okay? I fucking hide the truth from myself about what a bitch I've been and how well I've compromised to fucking get along. I just hope I can still find that little remnant, that little spark, that little ember of my actual soul, of that message, that I really believe is part of creation. I just hope there's a little bit of a spark left there so that we can rekindle it. And that's what I'm talking to. And feed it some good stuff and protect it from the bullshit winds. And feed it a little more and it'll grow. And before you know it, it'll be a big raging fire that keeps you warm and cooks your food and brings you money and gives your life meaning and purpose and gathers people from all around. They're like, wow, this is a great fire, man. Can I come over here and get warm? And you're like, yeah, but just don't be a bitch. If you act like a bitch and start fucking getting all weak and fucking good manny, I'm going to have to throw you out. It's like, well, shit, I don't know how to do that. Can you teach me? And it's like, well, I'll fucking show you, as long as you make the corrections as you go along, you be true to yourself and make yourself strong, things will be okay. But if you lie to yourself, if you play games with yourself, you're going to lock yourself into this psychological bullshit trap. And that'll put out the fire. So keep the fires burning, right? Feed the fire. It will support you in life. Do not shun your emotions. Do not shun your passions. Embrace the inner Dionysus, Have a good time. Party, man. Don't go crazy. Don't crash your car. Don't get drunk and throw up on yourself. Don't get naked and dance on the tables. Well, you know what? Go ahead. It's Christmas. Go ahead. It's okay. You know what I mean, right? So enjoy life. Appreciate life. Enjoy the things that, it's offering you. Use your passions to help you find your way in life. Be good to yourself. Become your own coach, right? Here, you're going to pay you, okay? We're going to hire you to train you because you don't know shit. Okay? So the professional part of you that knows what to do, right? I mean, it's in there. I mean, you do know. I'm not saying you don't know. You do know. But you don't do it. And I don't do it in life. But there's a part of you, that can analyze shit, that knows. So hire that part. Pay them money. Pay yourself money to train yourself to have a good life. Pay yourself good money to do that. Yeah, I like that. Pay yourself good money to train yourself to have a good life. And reward yourself for being successful at it. And do that by fulfilling your passions, your basic nature. And that is good. And if you like one type of music, listen to that type of music. Now, don't eat garbage food. I don't care how much you like it. Go ahead and eat a little. But for the most part, you eat meat for nutrition and for strength and for nutrient density. And so that you will have the energy to have a good life. So I'm looking for you. Remember when Obama said he was speeding up training of ISIS forces? Obama would say anything, though, Look, he was a smart man, no doubt about it, right? Likeable man, too. But that democratic leftist democracy, we are always right, we are always good mindset has turned poison. It's turned toxic, okay? Maybe at first it was like a mother that just loved her children and wanted to take care of them. But then it became like, a psychopathic bitch who smothers them and doesn't let them grow and build and become. And now it's got to be equality for everybody, equality of outcome for everybody. But that's crazy because some of us are big and tall and smart and handsome, and some of us are short, weak, and stupid, lazy. Just saying, I'm not hurting on anybody, hating on anybody. So how can we all have the same outcome? One guy can step up there and he can throw a 100-mile-an-hour fastball right in the fucking strike zone. It can fucking loop, it can curve, it can break, it can do anything. Another person can't throw that ball 50 miles an hour and they can't get anywhere near the plate. What, do you think we should hire them both as pitchers and treat them the same? One person can sell anything to anybody. God help anybody who comes up to this person, It was like, well, you're going to spend all your money. That's all there is to it. That's how good of a salesperson this is, right? And another person can't sell shit. Couldn't convince a person fucking to buy their last breath, for free. I'll give you breath for free. And they'll be like, oh, fuck that. I don't want to breathe. So a man, a salesman, sells shoes. He's a shoe salesman. But he's a distributor. He's not, like puts the shoes on the feet. He's a large distributor. And he gets sent to an island. And he gets to the island and he finds out that nobody there wears shoes. That the people on this island, they don't fucking wear shoes. They've never worn shoes. They don't even like the idea of shoes. They love running around in their bare feet. So he calls up his boss and he says, boss, I have bad news. I'm on the island. They don't wear shoes here. Okay? I don't think we're going to be able to sell any shoes here. Another salesman comes to the same island, sees the same situation, calls the boss and says, boss, this is fucking great. Nobody here has any shoes. These people will all buy a pair of shoes. So you got to, you got to look at things the right way. You got to have the right mindset. You got to have confidence. You got to have faith. You got to believe in yourself. You got to have a bit of an attitude. You're going into the fucking ring. You're fighting for your life. Screw up, some emotion. Go ahead. Get a little angry. Don't go crazy angry, but use a little bit of that anger. And go ahead. Tell yourself a little bit of a story about how your opponent is actually evil and you're actually good. You know what I mean? But don't actually believe that. You know what I mean? Just know that you want to win because you want to have a good life. And you want them to lose because they're in your way. And fuck them. I'm sorry. And that's the way they feel about it too. So don't feel bad about it. So I'm hoping that'll give you a little, motivation to kind of, start pursuing this. I don't know. Maybe you like Black Sabbath, right? I liked Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, the album. As I said, I liked Alice Cooper. I did. I think Desperado is a really great album. I think Billion Dollar Babies is a great album too. Yeah. I love all, a lot of the classic rock, stuff like that. Not into rap. Don't really see it as music. Wireless Plum says exactly, Howard. They need to stop being afraid and accepting the fear-based mind control. I'm starting to make videos myself, but I'm going to upload to my other channel, not this one. Yeah, man, whatever. But upload is what it comes down to. Get your ideas out there. Share who and what you are. Now, here's the truth, okay? I know. I can read your mind. Okay, when I said that, you said to yourself, I don't have anything to say. I got nothing special to say. Why would anybody want to listen to me? I know some of you thought that, okay? That's the bullshit. That's the false morality talking. That's the part that they're killing, that they've conditioned out of you, okay? You do feel like maybe you should make a video, don't you? Of course you do. I know why. But you don't think that it'll be good enough, do you? Good enough for what? Good enough to impress the people? Good enough to not embarrass yourself? Why are you worried about that? Your first videos won't be good. They might be okay, whatever. But I mean, they're not going to be like, wow, I really did good on this one. It'll be a struggle. You'll be finding your way. You won't know what to do. You'll make mistakes along the way. And then you'll look back and you'll say, oh shit, what a fucking mistake I just made, right? How about hard coding text onto your video and misspelling it, okay? Like, oh, I'm going to start putting titles on my videos, right? Exposing the dark side of female nature. And there's no way this, what I mean? This is not the title. It's not the thumbnail. It's hard coded into the video. And you've misspelled exposing. What are you going to do? You're going to delete the video? You're going to redo the video? No. You're going to leave that fucking video up there with hard-coded titles that say exposing the dark side of female nature, fucking with, misspelling exposed. Those are your first videos. And it's okay. It's actually quite good. But most of you won't do it because you feel inadequate. You feel it's not important because it won't be good enough and the people won't like it. But it's not meant to be good enough or for the people to like. It's meant for you to start expressing your voice and finding your voice. And you know what? It'll work perfectly for that. Just record your audio. Just say, this really pisses me off. I don't think this is right. I don't think it's fair. I got treated this way. It sucked. I felt bad. I don't want it to happen again. It was wrong. It was unfair. This is why I think that way. And maybe somebody will hear it. I guarantee you someone will hear it. And they'll be like, yeah, that happened to me too. That's how I felt about it. I wish I had the courage to make a video. So, make the video. And if you think I'm telling you this, no. This is what was basically told to me. And do you know who told me? You do know who told me. You just don't know that you know. And I'm kind of, paraphrasing. Sandman told me. Barbarossa told me. They didn't tell me directly. They didn't know me at the time, but they told me in their videos. And I'm telling you in my video, okay? Put your voice out there. You don't have to use your real name. Think about what you think is right and wrong, good and evil. Tell the truth and put it out there. Share it. Maybe it'll help somebody. It'll definitely help you. It'll definitely help you get better and smarter on how to do this. It doesn't have to change the world. It only has to change you. And if it changes and helps one other person, I'd say you're being pretty productive right there. Listen, your ability, my ability, a man's ability to form his ideas and his arguments and his thoughts and to express them coherently, directly to the world, that's your major skill. That's your main ability in life. That's what will get you a job. That's what will save your life. Your ability to have good, clear ideas and strong arguments and to express them in a way that people can understand them. And some of them can get behind. That's the skill. If you have that, you can be successful. If you don't have that, okay, you can still be successful, but it's going to be a hard and painful life because you won't be able to make yourself known and understood and accepted. And I know you're saying, but I'm MGTOW and I don't care about any of those things. But you do care about those things, at least, within the honorable men that you do, whose opinions you value. You do care, and you should care. I mean, these are important, useful things for you to care about. Okay, we're in competition. Okay, I want to make a good video. So anyway, like I said, I'm just here hanging out with you guys on Christmas Day. That's all I'm doing here today. Like, I don't have any important message. I don't have anything set up. It's like, no shit, Howard. You mean you're ad-libbing this? No, it's all scripted. Right? Well, then you're screwed, bro. No, it's not scripted. Of course not. I used to just come online and talk for fucking 8 hours. So like some of you, like been hanging out from the beginning of this, right? And you're like, when the fuck is he gonna make his point? Move on. Like, no, you don't know. you don't know. And then some of you are like, hey, Howard, how's it going, man? Merry Christmas. I might come back in a few hours, see if you're still here. That's how I used to do it. And I was still there. And I was still talking about the same thing. So it wasn't even like, and he's moved on. Nope. I'm still tying up the points from 3 and 4 hours ago. So, you know what I've done here, right? And this is what I want you to do too. I've taken my natural proclivities, my natural tendencies, and I've kind of commoditized and monetized them, right? I love to talk, right? I love to explain. I love to understand. I love to help. I love to fucking work my way out of fucking puzzles and, traps. And I feel like I'm in a trap. I feel like my whole life, my whole mindset is this terrible fucking trap that works against me. Right? So that's how I am. And now all I do is talk about it. So it's like you find somebody who never wants to shut up, and you put a microphone in front of them. You say, okay, you're a professional speaker. Have you got anything meaningful to say? Hope so. Otherwise, it's going to be a little embarrassing out there on the stage in front of all the people. I've mentioned this before. You ask the kids, you ask anybody, what they want to be when they grow up, and truth be told, okay, pretty much everybody, if they admit it or not, is saying something to the effect of, I want to be famous. And if you ask the kids, what do you want to be famous at? They say, I don't know and I don't care. I want to be famous on YouTube. Or wherever. Right? That's what they want. Right? And that's what most people want, isn't it? They want to be famous. You know. Just asking you to ask yourself, what do you want to be famous for? Do you really care? No, not really. Not really. As long as lots of fame, lots of fortune, lots of money, lots of power, get to do what I want. Everybody loves me. No, I don't really care. Why? All righty. You got it. Okay? You got it. Merry Christmas. I told you, I want to give you things. Okay? I want to give. I want to share. Right? So you're famous now for nothing. All right? You got fame, you got fortune, you got money, you got power. You can do anything you want within reason. Okay? You can't sprout wings and fly to the moon. You can't kill people. All right? I'm sorry. All right, fine. Fuck it. You can do it. It's Christmas. Are you happy? I think you are. I think I am. Right? I'm fucking jetting around the world, fucking hearing all good things. People are fucking applauding. What are they applauding for, though? I mean, I can't just walk up on a stage, can I? And just go, duh, duh. And then they all applaud, right? But to be honest with you, that's all I've got. I wanted to be famous. I didn't want to have any skills or be famous at anything. So if you put me up on the stage in front of 10,000 people, what am I going to do? Am I going to sing? Am I going to dance? Because I don't know how to sing. I don't know how to dance. Am I going to tell jokes? I'm not very funny. My humor is fucking dark. I laugh at my jokes, but other people rarely laugh at my jokes. Every time I think it's funny, they think it's scary. Every time I think it's scary, they think it's funny. So now I'm standing up on a stage. I'm famous. You're famous. People are applauding. 10,000, 20,000, 100,000, millions are watching. What are you going to do? They've all given you money because they love you, because you're good. What are you good at? Because the only thing I'm good at is standing up there and going, duh, duh. I can't do shit. So are you sure that you want that? Are you sure that you want to be held up in front of the world and have nothing? I'm intentionally, creating some dead space there. Would you enjoy that? Because they're going to call you fake. They're going to call you phony. You know. Hell, let's say that they don't. Let's say that they all applaud you. Okay, you stand up there and you go, duh, 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 and they all just go fucking crazy. And they say, that was the greatest show I've ever seen. And you go home, you count your money, looking at your mansion, all your jets and shit. And, you're looking in the mirror and you're going, dur, 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 dur. Maybe you're like practicing some new material. Maybe you better like take out your notebook and plan it out, so that you can get so you can get it really good. So how are you enjoying your fame now? Standing up on that stage, having the world look at you, and you've got nothing. You like that? Can you pull that off? Could you pull that off? You think maybe you look at yourself in the mirror and think you were a fake and a phony? You think you might look at all that stuff around you and think it doesn't mean anything? You think you might look at all that stuff around you and it might have no value to you at all? As a matter of fact, that stuff around you, all that fame and fortune, for nothing, might remind you how unworthy you are of it. You still want to be famous? All right. Let's get you in the ring with the champ. Okay? Because he's famous for a reason. He doesn't care about fame. He cares about fighting. Would you like to be a great fighter? You can fight. All men can fight. You want to be famous? You want a big payday? Okay. Get in the ring with the champ. They won't let you because you're not good enough yet. I don't know. Maybe we can do some marketing, make it work. We might be able to find some angles. You'll get hurt in there, right? Yeah. I like to play chess, but I'm not very good. I'm like average amateur, right? I like to play chess with good people. I really, I do, because I can learn from them. Sometimes they'll show me and stuff like that. I wonder how I would fare against Magnus Carlsen. I wonder how I would feel if everybody was watching the game. Shit, he might even play me a game. He seems pretty cool. He's the current world champion. I think he is. Might be someone else. You want substance. You want value. You want to be able to get up in front of the crowd and have something to say. You don't want to impress them. You don't want them to applaud you. You don't want them to love you. You don't want them to give you your money. You want them to respect you, to respect what you have to offer. And then some of them will give you some money because they respect and they value it. And you will work on it. You will make it better. And you will share and you will help people and they will exchange value with you. And you might become famous. But don't worry about that. Yeah, it's like, that great Allen Iverson quote, fame, fortune, houses, money, friends, a good jump shot will get you all these things. But all these things won't get you a good jump shot. You need to be a certain type of human being, a certain type of man to have a good life. And if you are, fame, fortune, money, friends, women, you can have all those things if you want them. If you have a good jump shot. So work on your jump shot. Work on you, not on getting those things. Because if you work on getting those, let it be a passion for you. Let it drive you. That's fine. But that's not why. So I'm going to leave it at that. I've been here for about 3 or 4 hours. All right. Yeah, somebody said they like Howard Dare. Wait a minute, I'm not going anywhere. Let's see. That's why I like you, Howard. You don't give a shit. Well, I give a shit about some things, but I don't give a shit about other things, right? I care about what's important to me. I care about what's good for me. I care about what's good for you. I want to help you find it. You help me. Things will get better. It's a good deal. Things are not perfect. Some of the people are crazy. Nothing we can do. But you can still have a good life. I can still have a good life. Divorce yourself from this bullshit. Get back in touch with your true self. Go to the no-go zone within yourself. Ask yourself why you think something is right or why you think it's wrong. And there's no right and wrong answer, but there is your answer. You're not part of the group. You're not the herd. You're not a slave. You're an individual. You're you. And I'm not judging you. You're you. You're cool. Have a good one. Make the most. Be who you are. There's nobody in the world who's better at it than you. You're the best at being you. You're the only one who can do you justice. I want, at the end of life, to be able to say, I did my best. I don't care how it turns out. I care. I care now. As long as I don't quit, as long as I don't give up, as long as I don't surrender, as long as I don't let my bike just roll into the front of that diesel truck that's steaming towards me, as long as I don't just let those dogs rip me apart. See, I don't care if I hit the truck, okay? I just can't let it happen. I just can't be okay with it. I'll fight it, okay? The dogs might rip me apart. They might rip me to pieces. So be it, but I will fight to the very end. I won't give up. I will not betray myself because that's what the system wants. It wants you to give up on yourself. It wants you to give up on your true values. It wants you to sell your soul for a cookie that will get you by till tomorrow. And then it wants you to come back like a dog begging for that cookie. And you will jump through those hoops because you need it to live. That's what the system wants. Don't give it that. Play the game. You got to play the game, play the game. Laugh at the boss's joke. That's fine. But come home and make your video. Come home and practice on your guitar. Come home and steal the chapter out of Nietzsche's Of Good and Evil and make it into a YouTube video. Right? That's what I'm doing. Yeah, these are the Nietzschean ideas, right? What is good beyond good and evil, right? The Ubermensch, the man who makes up his, own values. Of course, the danger, is that the man who does this is a monstrous idiot who just wants to indulge, the worst aspects of human nature. And you got to know that that's how most people are. I'm not making a judgment, and I'm not saying that I'm better than that. I'm just saying that, let them do whatever they want, and they just start eating and having sex and stealing, and yeah, it's not good. But would the opposite be good? If every one of those people put on their church uniform and never listened to the music that they liked, and never pursued the things that they liked, and never got angry and never got upset, wouldn't that be a perfect world? I mean, that's what they're telling us, that would be the perfect world. That would not be the perfect world. That would be a nightmare. Okay? But that's where we're going. Don't go there. Okay. Howard Dare, I do not sacrifice my manhood for a fucking YouTube subi. That's right, man. You don't sacrifice it for fucking anything. You fight to the death. That's what you do. Now, you don't go crazy and put yourself in a fighting situation where you don't have to. You know what I mean? You want to know how I win most fights? I walk away. I don't have to fight. This goes deeper than you think. It's all mental warfare, silent weapons for quiet wars. Indeed, that's exactly what it is. It is a war in your own mind, and your own mind has been turned against you because the morality that has been presented to you is not for you, but against you. And you may someday, understand how all of this is done, but it doesn't matter. If you're working someplace and they don't respect you and they treat you like shit and they make fun of you, you don't need to know why. You don't need to know what they think. You don't need to know how or why they justify it. You just need to get the fuck out of there. And you know it. You feel it. You don't have words or explanations. So, get back in touch with yourself. Get back in touch with your fellow man. Make some videos, maybe. Fucking put some stuff out there in your own real voice. Share it with the world. I don't care if you think it's good or bad. Get started. And it'll be good. What the heck is going on here? Let's see here. What's this? Oh, this looks like a good one. Wireless plum. I want to get this comment up on the screen. It says women will have it easy when hyperinflation hits. Let's be real. 90% of the population is gynocentric and will continue to enable their behavior. Women waste 50% of all food in the West. Yeah, I agree. Okay. Maybe not 90, maybe 80. Maybe 80% of the people, if you said to them, I'm going to give you a vote. I'm going to vote to give you $2,500 for free every month, but you have to spend it in the month or you'll lose what's left. But I'll give you a new $2,500 at the beginning of the month. And you can't have any savings, okay? You can't like deposit money in there or anything. And you can't have other accounts or anything. You can't have a job or anything. You have to spend this because, like I said, if you don't spend it, it's gone. At the end of the month, we'll take it away, even though we'll give you. You're not stacking your minutes here, okay? That's the deal. You want it? You could never have enough to build. You could only have enough to get by. If there's any kind of a social issue, you better go along with the group and the government. Otherwise, you're going to lose your living wage, maybe your government housing, right? Be careful what you post on YouTube, on Facebook, and you'll never rise above. And maybe with inflation, we'll raise that $2,500 living wage up to a $3,000 living wage. Maybe get yourself one extra game a month. Maybe not have to choose between your pharmaceuticals and your heating bill. Although, sorry, not this year. Not this year. Would you take that deal? Because I'll give you another version of the same deal. You can live inside of the castle walls. You will not be attacked by wild animals. You will not be attacked by roving bands of marauders. You will not be attacked by other, duchies and, groups of, knights and things like that. You can live inside of the castle walls. Okay? All you got to do is chop off your dick. Shit, I'll let you look after the harem. Notice how I just assigned myself that role? Yeah. This is why you got to make your own videos. You'll have a good and easy life, and it'll be safe. You can't disagree with the king, ever. Hell, you can even get yourself your own wife and girlfriend, if you want. Either or, not both. Yeah. Don't be going crazy, bro. Yeah, you can even have that. Cool? Are we cool? Right? Nah, you don't have to chop your dick off. It's okay. We cool? Now, you can't disagree with the king, okay? And if the king wants to go to war, you got to go to war. And if the king wants to tax you, of course, you got to give it up. There's also this little custom that if you get married, the king gets to sleep with your wife first, before you. No problem, right? Okay, good. I mean, we may not even enact that, little one, unless she's really, really pretty. Or unless you really, really like her. Are you starting to get the picture here? Unless you really like her. But you're a good man, and you'll do what's right. I hope you don't like her too much. It would be good if you didn't like her too much. That would make it a lot less painful. Good deal. Good deal. All right. So there's a little compromise. You didn't want a virgin anyway. Small price to pay. You can come to the dinners that the king holds in the Grand Hall, and maybe you could even sit at his table if your wife was pretty enough. How do you feel about that? You feel good about that? Hell, the king might even make you an important fucking counselor, give you an important position. Let you build up some power. Shit, give you your own castle. Yeah, we need you to move with your wife and with your kids over to this castle. It's in the shit part of the country, and it's fucking right there on the border with our enemies. Need you to go there, live there. It's yours. It's not yours, but it's yours. You know, you can use it and have it. But you got to build an army. And when we go to war, and we will be going to war, and that's why I'm sending you to this castle. That's why the king is sending you to this castle. You've got to, you know, go to war and bring the men and everything like that. Cool? Cool. You know, and if you do well, you know, you can get promotions and things like that, more money, maybe some more lands, maybe some more power, which is not a bad deal. The power. You know what I mean? But is it your power or is it the king's power? It's the king's power. That's what's going on. Okay. So now the king comes and he says, you know, your wife was really beautiful 20 years ago. Your daughter's very pretty, though, today. I'm going to have her become one of my ladies in waiting. You might be like, well, what is she waiting for? And he'll be like, you don't need to know. Don't worry yourself about that. Is that your life? You're a good man, right? You know, you do the king's bidding, right? Your wife and your kids, they're with the king. They don't, you know, but power, you know, you did get some power out of it. And, you know, life is hard. And one day comes, and this man, this knight that we're talking about, he falls in battle. And he dies, you know, but he's on his deathbed, you know, and his family is there. Hell, even the king is there. What do you think that man has to say? You think he'll say, I wish I had given more to my king? Do you think he'll say that? Do you think that he'll say to himself, if I had only given more to my king, I would get into heaven? Do you think he'll say that? He'll say that. He's been trained to say that. He thinks that's the truth of it. He sacrificed his life, his honor, for some power, for some, you know, reward, a little bit. And what did he do it for? What is he going to get out of it? He's not going to get anything. He's got delusion. He's got a no-go zone in his own mind. He can't go there. If he goes there, he'll despise himself. Okay? Be true to yourself. Right? There you go. Feminism will disappear when shit hits the fan. I hope. I surely fucking hope so. Right? Liberals should go literally stand with Ukraine. Yeah, they should literally go to Ukraine and stand there. But they don't do that. Okay? What they do is they virtue signal inside of the group, and they shame people for not buying into this slave morality. That's what they do. Okay, the idea that they would actually do something is absurd. That's what they don't do. Okay? So when we human beings are thinking about these big, giant, noble causes and how we're going to change the world and how the world needs to do this and do that, it's mostly bullshit. Okay? We need individually to go and to do things that we care about in life. That's all. When we do that other stuff, we're usually diverting ourselves from doing the real things in our lives that we need to do. I don't know, man. Feminism has got such a strong hold. You know what I mean? It's so fundamental to what people are and what human beings are. This idea that, wow, I would just have this perfect life if there wasn't this other group out there that is fundamentally evil, just like Hitler, and my group wasn't just fundamentally good, just like God. I don't know how we're going to escape the majority of people wanting to believe that things are that simple, right? I will even get in trouble for saying that things are not that simple. that you need to take better care of your morality and your ethics than that. If you wish to spark and kindle that fundamental nature of being a human, that's what we're trying to build, okay? That's what I want you to have. That's the fire to keep you warm. Yep, I just stopped by. Hey, Gone with John, thanks for stopping by, bro. Merry Christmas to you too, bro. Yeah, I really appreciate the MGTOW content creators. You know, they're out there. They're fucking putting their views out there. They're putting themselves out there. They're trying to reach the other men. They're trying to help the other men. What's not to like? What's not to like? Now, sometimes we go a little crazy, okay? Sometimes that happens. But it's all in a good cause. Charismatic Fiend is here, ladies and gentlemen. You know what's so cool for me, thank you for stopping by, Charismatic, is that Shinobi Wan is here. Is that some of you guys know me, and you know you've been here in the past, and I get to see the names come back, and I'm like, I know that person. You know, I have some past, like, you know, yeah, like, you know, I used to do a bunch of podcasts, and they might come on sometimes, or you know, they were in the chat section. So it's always a thrill. You know, I always feel good about it. What's going on, Sacred Y? He says, hope you're having a good Christmas, brother. Thank you so much for the stream and being here for us. Thank you, brother. That's all I wanted to do. I felt, you know, like I didn't really have anything planned or nothing to say, but it's like, ooh, where do I want to hang out? I'm going to contact my family, right? I'm going to call my family and, you know, just shoot the shit. And that's what I did. And I came here. Shinobi One says, not yet, brother MGTOW Smurf. Yes, I'm getting there. Bomb noises. Yep. Richard, good evening, sir. Thanks for stopping by. Aha. MGTOW is a symptom of a sick society, says Shinobi One. Now, I don't know if he's coming at this from like a pro-MGTOW. I'm assuming he's coming at this from the pro-MGTOW point of view. Okay? I'm sorry, Shinobi. But, you know, that could be taken on the negative side. However, it's important to look at it from both sides. You know, even though I'm positive, okay? MGTOW is a symptom of a sick society, okay? Men do not want to go their own way from women, okay? Biologically, that's not even what men are doing, right? Like, you're not gonna convince men to not want to sleep with women. That's not in the cards, you know. Good luck with that. But the men are being driven away. They don't want to get together with the women. The women are behaving like such monstrous bitches that not even for sex do the men want to get together with them. Men are going their own way from the corruption of our morality. Your morality is a slave morality designed against you to punish you. It's a penal system. It's a punishment system. And it's designed to get you to sacrifice all that you value in life with the idea that by doing that, you will be a good man and you will be worthy to go into the gates of heaven. Because that's what a good man is. And we all want to be good, and the world should only be good. And you cannot oppose that. So you see that that is the morality that has been used against you, not for you. Why can't we say Johnny loves to fucking play basketball? Let's teach Johnny to play basketball. Tommy loves to fucking paint. He's a great artist. Let's teach Tommy how to paint. Bill loves music. Howard loves to talk. He won't shut up. Let's train him to make YouTube videos. Or let's punish and shame him. And let's drive him out of the marketplace and the workplace. And let's have, I don't know, a girl. Someone like Jess Pearly thinks. I got nothing against the girl, okay? Yeah, she's fine, whatever. I'm just saying that that's not MGTOW. That's not the manosphere. That's not men's movement. That's not helping men. That's about a girl being popular. That's all that is. It's not negative. It's not even like, oh my God, that's horrible. It's not even that, okay? It's a young girl trying to be popular, expressing herself, talking about social issues, which basically revolve around, prostate cancer, because she's an expert on prostate cancer. She doesn't know jack shit about prostate cancer. She doesn't know jack shit about men. But she's #1 hashtag MGTOW. But she's good, and she wants good things for everybody. And I, Howard Dare, MGTOW, am toxic. I am the devil himself. And I am as strong as the devil. And I will be portrayed as the devil. You know that it's true. You know that this branch of MGTOW, okay, is portrayed as not merely toxic masculinity, but it's even more than that. Like, I'm not even going to say it, guys. But I'm keeping it real with you. That's all I'm doing. Got to shut that man up. You can't let that man talk. You can't let that man spread his ideas. He's right. He knows what he's talking about. This could have an impact. This is real. That other thing, even though it's got 200,000 people watching it, that's the same old garbage. That's the same old stuff. That's not going to help you. That's not going to help anybody. That's a girl trying to become popular. How do you think she's going to do that? By giving value? Or by giving bias confirmation to the system that is against you? So, why is what's popular popular? Is it because it's good? Sometimes it is. Is CNN good? Is MSNBC good? I mean, is it quality entertainment? Is it thoughtful, provoking entertainment? Yeah, maybe for, a brainwashed idiot, it is. Maybe for somebody who just wants that bias confirmation, it is. Maybe for somebody who's willing to sell their soul to the group to be popular, it is. Is that what you want? Because I think it's a bad deal. And I just wanted to share that with you guys today. Buckaroo Bonze says, Howard Dare's diet is right. You need to eat all kinds of meat. Man, I wish I could express to you guys what has been done with this idea that you're a plant eater. Your eyes are in front of your head, okay? You're not a grazing herd animal, although your priests and your great leaders have made us so, have conditioned us to be so, have threatened us to be so, have rewarded us for doing so. It's not what you are. Nope. Remember who you are. Remember what you are. Meat. Preferably that you catch and kill yourself. Or grow. No, don't grow. Vegetables are trying to kill you. They really are. Anyway, I could go on along with that. Buckaroo says you could stew some beef chuck or sirloin in a cheap crock pot for hours and make the meat pie filling or something, or just beef stew. You need to eat regularly, and eggs. Yeah, that's what I eat. Sometimes I'll have eggs in the morning, and for me that's like 12, 1 o'clock. It's not morning. I wake up like 5, 6 o'clock, but that's when I eat. And then at around dinner time, I have a ½ pound of ground beef. That's it. That's all I eat. I probably need more protein, to be honest with you. I'm seriously thinking of doing 3, 4 meals a day, slightly smaller meals. And here's why I'm thinking of doing it. You know that is the cycle that like actors use and professional bodybuilders use, right? They're eating, but they're eating very lean meat every couple of hours or so. The reason why they're doing this is because when you eat meat, you get a spike in protein synthesis. Exactly. So the idea is that we're spiking your protein synthesis, multiple times throughout the day. Now, if you're at all an analyst at all, you might ask yourself or ask me, Howard, how will I get more protein synthesis? Will I get it by spiking it 4 or 5 times a day? Or will I get it by maintaining a non-spike consistent level throughout a longer period of the day? And the answer is, I don't know. So I'll try both ways and I'll see what happens. Okay. Howard Dare is my brother. Thank you, Tom. Tom is an old friend of mine too. Been around for a long time. And yes, it is true. We are brothers. Do you know why we're brothers? Because we were raised by the same gynocentric, hateful, man-hating mother. Wasn't the same person, but she had the same attitudes. And we were raised largely from the same blue pill father. And may have been a good father, but I don't know that he had the tools to teach me what I need to get by in this world. He's not from this world. He's from the earlier world. And he was a good father and a good man, but he could only teach me so much. He could only take me so far. He was an Olympic weightlifter and wrestler, and he trained me, and he could take me only so far. There was only so much that he knew. He was good, you know what I mean? But that didn't mean he was a good coach. He was a decent coach, but he could only take me so far. Okay? I had to find other men who had the life that I wanted to teach me more, and I'm still doing it. Okay, the second father, the hard life father, the old timer, the OG, who helps the young hero on his young adventure. That's apprenticeship. That's what men do. But we've had this taken away from us. Shot of whiskey. How's it going, bro? Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah, my MGTOW brothers. Yes, we are brothers. We have been raised and attacked and damaged by the same system. And that makes you my brother. Gugado says, I disagree with that meat. Too much meat is not very healthy. A gorilla don't eat meat. He is extremely strong. Yeah, there's some truth in that. What seems to be really interesting is that when we change our diet up, okay, the toxins that may have been building up from the previous diet get to dissipate, and we get to bring in new nutrients. So any change up is usually pretty good. You want to know the best thing in the world to do for your diet if you're if you're feeling really sick, okay? Digestion, weight problems, and this goes to mental. Okay, this goes to depression. This goes to, feelings of inadequacy and paranoia, persecution complex. If your metabolism is messed up, your mind is messed up. Now, the best thing for you to do is an elimination diet. Okay? Stop eating everything. Everything. And then bring in one item that you think is good, that you like eggs or meat. Or if you really want to be brave and crazy, go ahead. Bring in some plants and bring in some salad. But just one type, something that you can eat, and eat that. And then see how you feel. And if you feel sick, stop eating that and try something else. But if you'll eat meat, if you'll eat eggs, if you'll eat fat and protein and not too many carbs, I am pretty sure that you will feel good. And or rather, you won't feel bad. Okay? Now, you've got to be sensitive to how you feel, to your digestion. Okay? You won't feel bad. So then you'll be able to say to yourself, okay, I can eat eggs. Right? So every morning, you eat eggs. 4 of them, 6 of them, I don't care. Maybe every night you eat those eggs too. And then you start getting bored and tired of eggs, you bring in your second item. You bring in the meat. You bring in the hamburger. Okay? And then you eat that hamburger. And yeah, you put it on a couple of pieces of bread. Okay? Because a few carbs, a little bit won't hurt you. It might. I don't know. Anyway, have your hamburger. And then over the next 8 hours, over the next 12 hours, over the next 24 hours, make note of how you feel. And the question is, do you feel good? Do you feel great? No, the question is, does anything go wrong? Do you feel bad? Okay? And if you don't, then you can eat meat. You can eat the eggs and you can eat the meat. And then you're going to fucking pick up a candy bar. And you're going to eat a candy bar. You're going to be like, I wonder if this is going to upset my stomach. And you're going to be like, wow, that was delicious. I haven't had one of those in ages. I'm going to have another one. And then you're going to be like, wow, that was delicious. I've got a little room for one more. And then you'll have another and another and another and another. Because it's addictive and because it isn't food, it's just something sweet on your tongue that affects your metabolism. And then you'll be like, wow, that was delicious. I hope it doesn't fuck me up. And then you'll go to the bathroom the next morning and you'll be like, oh, this is not good. I don't mean to get disgusting, right? But you'll be like, no. It was better before. And then you'll know, okay, candy, excessive carbohydrates, not good. And all right, I'll be honest, I'm speaking about myself. Yeah, qualified nutritionist and vegan here, but I don't eat fake meats. Yeah, it's not like we can't derive nutrition from the things that we eat. We can, whether it be plants, whether it be meat, we are incredible, okay? But if you have built up toxicities, if you don't feel good about your digestion and your nutrition, then go for an elimination diet. Cut everything out. Try one thing. And I think it'll give you, a big deal. And it's not like all of the nutrients that you need, all of the amino acids that you need, they are there in the meat, But yeah, go ahead, bring in a little bit of that other stuff too and see how you feel with it. That's all I'm suggesting. I'm not suggesting that you do this or you do that. I'm suggesting that you try out and then you decide. I would never try to tell another man what to do. He says 8 years vegan and 5 years vegetarian before that. Cool. Good for you. And I respect the discipline. And, I know it's more than just, it's more than just a diet. Okay. And so is the carnivore diet. It becomes, a lifestyle and part of who you are and a part of, your own discipline and everything like that. My take on that, Mr. Dev, is that a lot of people who have been vegetarian and vegan for a long time, that they eventually, many of them, most of them, because of their health, because of perhaps, nutrient deficiencies, that they come back to, meat. And they reincorporate it back into their diet. Now, I have terrible problems if I eat plants or if I eat grains. It just messes up my digestion terribly. It's not bad if I have a little, but if I, just start eating pizza every day for, 3 or 4 days, no, it's not going to be a good time. No health issues ever, no illness, no jabs, no masks, no swabs. Good. That's what matters. Okay. And that might be the right diet for you right now. That's what counts. You got to be in tune with yourself. Yeah. I was going to ask, how old are you? I'm 33. Now, let me tell you, until you get into your 40s, okay, the human body is such a good design that you can do almost anything you want. Like people can go out, they can drink, and they look pretty good. They can still look good. Women can look good. But when you start getting into those mid to late 30s and early 40s, everything that you've done up to that point, then, the body starts saying, hey, maybe we want to reconsider some things. But up until that time, usually pretty good. Now, some people, no. Look at Michaela Peterson, right? She tells the story about all of her arthritis and having her ankle and her hip removed and all kinds of other problems. And, from childhood. And, geez, having joints replaced, that's as serious as it gets, right? Like nobody's faking that. And yeah, it was, seemingly a response to the plant, toxins. And I have never liked plants myself. I always shunned them as a child, and it wasn't just like, I don't like vegetables. I don't want to eat vegetables. It wasn't like that. It was like, if you make me put these things in my mouth, I will vomit. I will spit it out. No matter how hard I try to chew and swallow this, my body won't let me. It's like you put something bad in your mouth and, you like spit it out. Okay. Now, could you put butter on it and sugar on it and prepare it in such a way that, I put it in my mouth and go, yeah, that's good. Yeah, you can do it. But if I just eat that raw vegetable, no, there's nothing tasty there. It's bitter. Anyway, I'm not here to badmouth the vegetables. I'm not here to badmouth the women either. I'm not here to badmouth the woke leftist fake liberals. Oh, yes. Okay, that I am here for. I think it's toxic. I think they're doing it. Anyway, yeah. Meat not needed. What did humans do before fire? Like I said, I am open to diversity of opinions, okay? But, I'm being cool here, right? What do you think that we've been eating for the last 30 million years? Homo sapiens. What do you think we've been eating for the last 30 years? You think we've been eating plants? Millions of years. What do you think we've been eating? Because we didn't get agriculture except for a few thousand years ago. What do you think? What do you think is our ancestral human diet? Hunters and gatherers. Yeah, you think there was a lot of gathering going on? There wasn't. No. And eventually, we became North America great game hunters, big game hunters. where we would drive the mammoths off the mountainsides and then cut them up and bring them to the icy cave and store them. Excuse me, 1 second. And we eat raw meat too. Monkeys do. It just takes a long time to chew, especially when, you know, the person giving you the meat is screaming. Yeah, it takes a long time to chew. It takes a long time to digest too. So the whole cooking thing is a good deal. Makes it easier to chew, saves a lot of time, and helps digest so that we get those nutrients into us really quick. Okay? I mean, we could have just grazed, right? We could have just been grazing out there with the saber-toothed tigers, gathering nuts and berries. We could have done that in the Ice Age. We could have gathered all the plants in the Ice Age. We couldn't have. There were no plants. You can live on plants, but, you know, the question, of course, becomes optimal. You know, is it optimum? That's all we're looking for. And who knows? So I just know that if I eat plants, I get sick. And if I eat meat, I feel great. But I'm just talking about beef. Bro, fire's been around for ages. And millions of years we've had fire. Okay, we didn't invent fire. Fire came out of the sky in a lightning bolt, burned up the fucking forest, burned up the animals. All the predators came because they could smell the roasted meat, and we started scavenging. And do you know who the best predator of all of the predators is? Who eats the most meat? Who eats more species than any other species? And we know this by fucking taking the bones and analyzing them? Humans. We ate everything. We ate all the other predators. It certainly wasn't because we were so strong. It was because we were smart. No, we don't eat meat raw because of the bacteria, as you know, and because, you know, you'd have to chew it forever. And of course, you know, you'd have to take a long time to digest. But hey, I might not be right. You know what I mean? I just know how I feel good, and you just know how you feel good. And that's all we're looking for. Shot of whiskey says, our species has relied on cooking meat before consumption, that our system has become weakened. Eating raw meat is still possible and doable. Oh yeah, it is. Totally, no problem. Buckaroo says, wait, are you describing a living fence? Wait a minute, a living fence? There was a great science fiction series, Winter in Eden, I believe. And in this science fiction, somewhat fantasy story, dinosaurs developed intelligence. And their technology was biological. So they had living fences. You know what I mean? Like they were able, all of their structures were grown structures. And there were humans there too, but they weren't nearly as advanced. Well, many people has reverse diabetes and cancer on a plant-based diet. Ha ha! Interesting that you should say that, Dev, because do we know what the cure of cancer, you know, what the cause of cancer is? We know how to treat it, right? How do we treat cancer? We cut it out. We chemically destroy it with chemotherapy. And we hit it with radiation to kill it. Of course, you know, side effects being that we end up killing the living cells as well. And most of the people don't make it. I'm sorry. You know, I once was working for a doctor in cancer research, hyperthermia research. And I was writing a program for him. Like I wasn't working directly with him, you know, but he had hired me to write this program. And this program, his theory, this was fucking 30 years ago. He was a legitimate doctor. He had lots of patients and everything like that. And what he was doing was he was taking microwave generators and heating the cancerous area and then treating it with radiation with the idea that the area affected by the heat would be more responsive to the radiation. Okay? And he needed a computer program that would turn on the microwave generators that they had focused onto the tumor. And then after maybe 30 seconds, maybe 20 seconds, maybe 15 seconds, it would shut off the microwave generator, and we would start grabbing temperatures off of the skin surface, okay? With the idea of saying, what was the temperature that 5 seconds earlier when we turned the sucker off? Because we can't get readings while the microwave generator is on, okay? So simple, right? Easy program. The menus, turning on, turning off, whatever, no problem. But the ambient temperature, okay? How do we calculate that temperature, okay? It's not a linear extrapolation. It's not, I've taken a temperature and it's 25 degrees. I've waited 5 seconds, it's 24. I've waited 5 seconds, it's 23. What was it 5 seconds earlier? It was 26. Okay, it's not. That's not the calculation. And I told him, I don't have that calculation. I can't, the ambient temperature in the room, the starting temperatures, I would need all kinds of math that I don't have. I'm a programmer, but I'm not a thermo engineer, right? So he wrote, not he wrote, but he had an engineer who wrote that part. And I told him, I said, look, this isn't, I don't think this is the right temperature. But if you'll write that part of the code, I'll give you the rest of, I'll write the rest of the program. So, long story, right? I get called back. Okay, so I do the program for him. Time passes, maybe a year. Okay, he calls me back. He says, listen, my hard drive has crashed. I've got all of my patients' information on there, but it's completely fucking scrambled. I can't get any of it. I need that information, right? So I look at the hard drive and I tell him, it's fucked. There's no way that I could rebuild. It's a database. There's no way that I can rebuild this structure. No way. But what I can do is I can go through this hard drive sector by sector, and I can find, this file with your patients, and I can capture almost all of it. Not all of it, but, I'll probably get you 80 or 90% of it. And I can reconstitute that and re-import that into a fresh database file. So he was like, okay, man, go for it, do it. And I was like, okay, it's going to take a long time. And I'm paying, you're paying me by the hour. And, I'm an outside consultant, so, you're paying me. It's going to take a long time, because some of you know exactly, right? So, you've got your sector map and you're just going sector by sector, looking at that ASCII code. And you're like, what the fuck? And it's like, there's my database. There's the names. They're all separated by commas. Grab it, paste it, So that's what I'm doing. And one of the fields in this, I'm sorry to make this so long, was, the treatment and the results of the treatment, okay? And the results of 95% of all that treatment was death. Okay? We don't treat cancer. People die with cancer. What's the cause? What's the cure? Well, it turns out that the cancer cells live on glucose. They love sugar. They love carbohydrates. Who would have thought? It also turns out that their mitochondria, the bacteria of the organelle in the cell that generates energy, becomes damaged. This is lipogenesis, okay? The mitochondria become damaged. These are fat processing units in every single cell of your body. They live on fat, not on carbohydrate, not on protein, fat. And if these mitochondria become damaged within a particular organ, the DNA goes wild and creates cancer. And it lives off of sugar, glucose, blood sugar. So go ahead, eat all the plants you want and get your radiation chemotherapy. And the result? Death. But fast before the radiation and the chemotherapy. Stop consuming glucose, sugar. There's nothing for the cancer to feed on. If you have cancer, okay, put yourself on a pure carnivore diet. It will save your life. If you do not believe me, do some more research. Check the cancer clinics in Russia and their success rate. Western standard of care, okay, that's what it's called, is horrific. The second or third leading cause of death is hospital accidents. The treatment that people get for these types of metabolic diseases, cancer is a metabolic disease. You know, people say, oh, it's genetic. No, it's not. We all have genetic diseases. We all have what are called lethal killers in our genes, and they're designed to kick in as we get older if certain epigenetic situations are in place. Okay? If you feed the body glucose and sugar and carbohydrates, the mitochondria will become damaged. You won't be able, the cells in your body won't produce the energy that they need. And they will need 50 times more glucose than normal cells. And that is cancer. So what's the cure? And of course, I'm not a doctor and I don't have the cure for cancer. But the cure is to starve the cancer of glucose and carbohydrate. And there's nothing for it to eat, and it dies. But if you feed it sugar and carbohydrates and things that are tasty on your tongue, good luck. I pray for you. I really do. I'm sorry. Okay, I got to move on from this because I'll get all worked. I am brainwashed. No, I assure you, I am not brainwashed. I am a 60-year-old man who's quite fit and healthy and have been an unhealthy man for part of that time. And I also spoken to millions of men around the world on, these issues. Anyway, no matter. Yes, we are all brainwashed, perhaps, It's cool, bro. Was on another panel with Minka today. I don't know Minka. Yeah, I saw you, Iridium, over on, I think, James Von Maxwell's chat the other night. Yeah, I saw you there. Looked like you had some sort of vaping material there. It's funny. I had an Italian stew mukbang for my Christmas dinner. Yes, the traditional Italian lasagna for dinner. I believe in that. Now, I used to love lasagna and pizza, but I don't eat them now. I mean, I suppose I might have a little bit if, there was some good stuff available, but I don't make them. I used to make them. Wait a minute. Let's get Miles Ruckenduffel's advice here on diet. He says, I've been eating nothing but pasta and crayons since kindergarten. I can bench press Buicks with my schwing and calculate the space between ears with my eyes closed. Y'all don't know what you're missing. Yeah, well, I'm thinking that might be the crayons, and I'm wondering if, the color of the crayons matter and if the colors of the crayons taste differently. Yes, I was in Hamster's stream last night, indeed. Yeah, I was there. I was just watching and stuff like that, because I'm really shy and I don't like to put myself out there. That's not true. I'm a fucking attention whore is what's going on. All right, it's getting really cold out here in MGTOW. It's getting dark and it's getting cold. I got a crescent moon hanging out nearby, but I'm gonna leave it at that for now. Right? That's what I say. So let me know what you think about this in the comment section. Or don't, right? I mean, you're not obligated to share your thoughts on any of this. But if you do, I might comment back. I might also leave a heart on the comments. I recently got a heart on one of my comments from one last back, and I got a message and it said, congratulations. Your comment was hearted, and it was like a big deal, right? But I heart comments all the time, but it's cool. So you might even get one of those. No, seriously though, if you've got something to talk about, I might grab that subject and run with it. Let me know, all right? I hope you've had a decent Christmas. Don't fall for this false morality that's trying to convince you of being a good man by sacrificing your life. You are a good man. And the fact that you want things and you get angry and you have feelings, that's a good thing, okay? Use it. So, like, share, comment, subscribe, donate, and join me again, Howard Dare, as I plan to have more content for you. You guys have a great Christmas. Maybe I'll see you over on another MGTOW stream. Thank you, MGTOW.